What does that mean?
That means we're live.
On YouTube?
Yes, we're on YouTube.
YouTube.com. They just let anyone go on there?
Well, they let these two yahoos get on there. What's up, everybody?
I do identify as a Yahoo.
Are you serious? Are you Yahoo serious?
Mm-hmm,
do you even know who I'm talking about?
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I do identify as a serious Yahoo. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
unless that means something that I don't know about, in which case, never mind.
No, Yahoo Serious was an Australian actor from the 80s, and he starred in a movie called, what was it? Something Frankenstein or whatever the case is. This was like around the same time that Paul Hogan came out with Crocodile Dundee. So they were really capitalizing on actors from Australia because that's the in thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
And how are we segueing from that into? Because we're talking about movies.
You
That's
said
good.
Yahoo.
That's a good start.
We talked about Yahoo. I asked if you were serious. Yahoo serious.
Yep. Speaking of serious movie conversations.
Yes.
It's time for the Oscars.
Yes, it is. Oh, man. Yeah, we're so excited. Look, we'll just be upfront and honest here. We're dealing with a lot of technical problems right now. Blake can hear me and can see the feed, but it's choppy. But audio on both ends are going well. So first thing I'll say off the top, thank you for joining us and watching this, whether you're watching live or on demand on a replay later on. Secondly, there may be a delay between what you see if you're watching at home versus what we see. So the thing that I will ask is please no spoilers, don't jump ahead. React when we react. Or if you're reacting ahead of time, then just pause a little bit and wait for us to react and all that. Because as with the internet, there's always going to be some sort of delay. And second,
our feed might be a little fast, but I'm seeing that Chicken Run Dawn of the Nugget just got Best Picture. It's weird that they did that so early in the show.
I'm not surprised. They did that ahead of time because they wanted to avoid the backlash and people storming on stage, so.
Right. Get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Back to the thing about the technical issues. I can't hear the TV feed for the record, but I think
that's on purpose. That's on purpose.
Okay, just making sure.
That's on purpose. Yeah.
Cool. Now, what was the other thing? There's a second.
Yeah, the last thing I wanted to say is that if at any time you cannot hear either myself or Blake, please let us know. Let us know in the chat and all that. Last year when we were doing this, it sounds like audibly you guys can hear us perfectly well, but visually we were choppy as fuck. So I as much as possible want to try to avoid that if we can. Now that we're doing this kind of remote, I have like a lot of controls on my end. But as with anything that happens online, things just change and things go to shit. So do let us know. I'll do my best to kind of keep track and look at everything. But but we're here. You're dressed up nicely. You're looking like Phineas.
Yeah. I'm just trying to be super cool.
Yeah.
I was trying to imagine what I would wear on the red carpet. And I was like, I have no idea. And I don't have access to that. So I just found something with buttons and threw it on over a tank top.
Yeah.
I am not shirtless, even if it might seem like it. We've got a tank top going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You are looking. Who are you wearing tonight?
I am wearing
red carpets right now.
Yeah. It's called Feige by Kevin Feige. Because I basically it's his own line of kind of on screen, on stage kind of wardrobe, and it's pretty much all the same. So it's very easy to put together. And if this Marvel thing doesn't work out, at least maybe he has this to fall back on. So yeah.
Maybe it's because of an issue with the video feed. What are you talking about?
You know how Kevin Feige, whenever Kevin Feige, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I should start off there. Okay.
Yeah.
So every time he's at
the brilliant mind behind the MCU.
Right. Yeah. So every time he's on stage or he goes on TV and talks about something, he wears the typical T-shirt and a blazer and a hat, some sort of baseball cap. Yeah.
Okay.
So that is what I'm donning today. Except instead of shirt, I'm wearing a hoodie. to give a little extra level of warmth because it's a little chilly today. And you're wearing who exactly?
Thrift store.
Nice.
It's a thrift store in Oklahoma City.
Very nice. From. Very nice.
And there is a pant. It is like a pantsuit situation.
Okay.
And the pants, I'm not wearing them right now. I am wearing pants, but just not the matching ones.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask. Are you sans pants today? But you're not. Okay.
I think on the red carpet we need to bring like the Porky Pig look. Because everyone's talking about how boring it is for men's fashion, and they're always wearing the same thing. And people are switching it up now, and you might see a Timothée Chalamet not wearing a shirt underneath a blazer.
Yeah.
But everyone's wearing pants. What's the deal with that?
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. I kind of like the whole Porky Pig / Donald Duck kind of look, where you're all fully focused on the top, but you're free and willy underneath. So I think that there is some merit to that for sure. And I love that we're being accompanied by your church bells in the background. It's actually very melodical. I love it. Yeah.
It's beautiful, right?
It is. Yeah. So as we know, as you and I always talk about, as those who are familiar with the MovieTime Podcast and the channel, this is our favorite time of the year. This is our Super Bowl, our big game. Hopefully I don't get copyright strike because of mentioning the word Super Bowl. Oops, I just did it again. Because the NFL is very crazy like that. But we spend weeks, months, kind of just preparing, watching as much as we can, getting our stuff ready. If you haven't seen it yet on the channel and on the podcast channel, you could hear our final predictions as we were filling out our Oscar ballots, which I do have here available for us to take a look at throughout the show. I'll be keeping tabs as to which movie is leading the pack as far as Oscar wins, so that everyone can see that on the screen when things happen. And we're just super excited. So what have you been doing, Blake, there? Oh, I can hear myself talk. Hello. What have you been doing leading to today to prepare for tonight?
Praying for mercy because we've been haunted by the long award season and hoping for it to be over soon, because my favorite day of the year is actually tomorrow when we get to put off the next award season for a few more months at least. Right. It's been a long slog. That said, it's one of those weird things. Like, it's very, very exciting, and yet there will definitely be some relief. Some of the main awards are really locked in right now, so if there's an upset, it would be huge. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm wondering kind of how they plan to end tonight. With if they're going to switch it up and do any of the categories in different order. Mm-hmm. We've seen them do that before, and it did not go well when they did Best Actor at the end, and Anthony Hopkins wasn't even there to accept when he defeated the recently deceased Chadwick Boseman, R.I.P. I imagine they'll keep it the same, but it'll be a little anticlimactic. That said, it's the biggest award, Best Picture, so it would also be strange if they didn't do that. Nonetheless, at some point it'll be a little more like we're coasting along. I've listened to a bunch of experts and podcasts and looked at the betting odds and everything like that. A lot of people have about 20 to 23 of these. Are pretty consistent. There will be a handful of categories that are more contentious. And I think the most exciting one is Best Actress, but that's the highest level category that's kind of up in the air. Mm-hmm. But that's kind of how I've been preparing, is by overdosing on as much Oscars content as I possibly can, including yesterday I watched over the weekend, I watched Eternal Memory, 20 Days in Mariupol, and To Kill a Tiger, the 3 documentary nominees I hadn't seen yet. Nice. So now I've got 2 movies I haven't seen, and I think 1 short. And the 2 I haven't seen are international, which are just very difficult to get. They're not streaming anywhere. Yeah. And 1 short film, which I even paid for it and it wouldn't work. So that's where we ended up.
It wouldn't work.
I know. I can't get into it, but I don't even know if the charge went through, but it just kept saying error after I would complete the purchase and everything was good. So
yikes.
No idea. Yeah, the exact same service I got to watch Red, White, and Blue, which was the other short I hadn't seen yet. And so maybe it thought it was a duplicate purchase. No idea.
That's so
Some
weird.
of these are very difficult to watch unless you are going to go to a movie theater in New York City.
Right.
And one of the places is playing a nominee tonight, like Teachers Lounge at 7 p.m., which if you're going out of your way to see Teachers Lounge, like, are you really going to miss the Oscars? And I guess there's some people who love movies and don't give a shit about this award show. I just haven't met any of them.
I think they're going to time it so that by the time they're done, they're hoping they could run to the bar next door that's showing it and seeing.
I saw them all, everyone. Yeah. Okay. Oppenheimer won. Okay, cool. All right, let's call it. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
That's right. Yeah. Well, that's fun. That's good to know, because I think the last time you and I spoke, we were talking about 20 Days in Mariupol and all that. And because I just watched it when we last spoke. And it's funny that you just watched it and you recommended, or at least you were talking to me about Four Daughters. I just watched that yesterday for the first time.
Yeah, a couple of them dropped on Netflix very recently, including To Kill a Tiger dropped today. Like literally, I tried to watch it at 2 a.m. last night. It wasn't up yet. And then I got to watch it today while doing laundry. You saw Four Daughters.
I did. Now, and again, we could just briefly talk about this. I still think 20 Days in Mariupol has affected me more so, but Four Daughters, the story behind it is very haunting and very rough. I feel so bad for that family. But at the same time, if I'm just talking about filmmaking wise, I do feel like the pacing was a little bit erratic in that documentary, and the amount of dialogue of them just going back and forth, like kind of like the way they cut things, it was a little bit hard to follow. Like I found myself kind of having to have to go back a little bit because maybe I missed something, or especially it's hard when you're watching and reading subtitles too, and they're very fast paced when they're telling their stories and they're telling their experiences. But I do love the fact that it was almost as if they formed their own family again, with the actors who are portraying the mom and the older daughters and all. I had no idea about this story. I didn't know where it was going until like at the end when they were associated with a terrorist group and everything like that. Like I had no idea that's where they were going with this. And I was just like, wow, that's pretty nuts. It's insane. I'm glad I saw it. But it's such a crazy, crazy story.
Very.
Yeah. It's all good.
So I've got some Oscar snacks going on.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm about to order pizza myself.
Personal. So. Nice. I just finished mine. That was my favorite of the documentary nominees. But with a lot of these categories, the betting odds go toward the hottest issue or one of the hottest issues. And I personally usually enjoy it when something is a little less direct and literal and maybe a little bit more poetic, creative, artful, etc.
Yeah,
that's just my taste. I'm not trying to say that the other way is wrong, but that's why I decided to let my biases get the best of me with my ballot this year and go with my heart a little bit, because there have been times where I go with what everyone is saying the betting odds are, and then I'm wrong and I've betrayed myself and not gotten the points on the ballot. So what's the fun in that? At least sometimes it's good to go with your heart, especially in my mind. The categories of documentary and the shorts are among the most difficult to predict. So sometimes you see the betting market and the experts, like there's a word for it, but they group together. And so over time, you're actually watching the disparity of the different odds and what's the favorite. It's volatile, but then it'll start to like group off. And I don't know if the folks who bet or who actually vote on the Oscars, I'm sure they're aware of some of that, and some of them are probably just as into it as we are. Mm-hmm. I feel like a lot of people, either it's a vibe thing or they have a connection to one of them or something like that. And then there's other people who just watch all five and choose whichever one they think is the favorite. And so because I have such great taste, that's why I decided to let my biases play out. I just feel like people who really know films probably would agree with me. But that said, I've been wrong anytime I've done this before. And it's probably more likely that 20 Days in Mariupol will win over Four Daughters. And then if we're talking about the shorts, things like Red, White, and Blue and the ABCs of book banning are probably more likely to win their categories too.
Yeah.
But that said, we might see Wes Anderson get his first Oscar win tonight. And that's actually one where it seems to be a favorite. Which is also my favorite. So there will be some interesting news tonight, but those categories are so up. They're always up in the air, just because there's not a lot of precursors for them and a lot of info that people are taking into it.
Yeah.
So those will actually be among the most interesting categories tonight, even though they're usually, snoozers sometimes.
Right. Yeah, I think also, and by the way, if Wes Anderson does win, I'm going to be so happy, but at the same time, it's going to suck because he wins for a short film versus one of his multitude of great full-length feature films that he's put out. But, baby steps, I guess, in this industry that we're in.
But also it would be rewarding him for his career. You know what I mean? It's not
I guess.
I think anyone who, when I've heard folks talking about him winning and assuming that'll happen, it's kind of like if someone gets an achievement, even if it's not their best, one of those honorary type, even though it's a normal Oscar, it's like Peter O'Toole winning very late in life, even though he had such a storied career before, but he wins for the movie Venus, which no one would say is his best performance or work. And yet that Oscar, on the actual statue, I guess it would say the name of the movie, I assume, or the performance.
They'll say
but
the category
everyone knows
whatever,
it's actually for the body of work, which in Wes Anderson's case has been so overlooked historically.
Right. But I mean, obviously he has a lot more years to go too. So I'm just hoping that this is at least an initial step for him to hopefully in the future land something bigger in a better category. But again, I feel like he's also the kind of filmmaker that doesn't really bode well with the voting academy in the first place. So,
Yeah, he hasn't been pounding the pavement to do the award season campaigning. Part of me would almost be surprised if he's there. And maybe they've already shown him. I haven't been paying attention to that. But he seems like someone who's just kind of in his own world and he's not doing the Bradley Cooper desperation to win the accolades. The other person it reminds me of, though, to counter your point, is there's talk about Paul Giamatti being the most likely person to upset Cillian Murphy for Oppenheimer. Sure. Cillian Murphy's the favorite, but some folks are putting Paul Giamatti in the most. Hold on, I'm having an audio issue. If you want to take back over.
Is it
your headphones? Is it your?
Oh, it's your thing. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's funny that you bring up Paul Giamatti too. We'll let Blake continue his point. But Holdovers, the movie that Giamatti is nominated for and has other nominations in this year's Oscars, has gotten itself in some hot waters over the script itself. Blake, how are you there with audio? He's on it. Okay. So basically, the big report, and it's so how timely that is, that it's going to affect any of the results from tonight because voting for tonight ended some time ago. But it's definitely going to affect at least the perception if holdovers winning anything throughout the evening. But there was an article that came out basically that stated that Alexander Payne's Holdovers is accused of plagiarism from the writer of Luca. This was an article that was released from Variety over the weekend. And Simon Stevenson sent an email to the Writers Guild of America's Senior Director of Credits, Leslie Mackey, asking to set up a call to discuss an important matter. Let's see. This guy's credits, Simon Stevenson's credits include Luca and Studio Canal's Paddington 2. I've encountered a credits-related issue on quite a high-profile WGA-covered project, according to the email exchange. A call between the two took place, and in the follow-up missive, Stevenson wrote, "The evidence the holdover screenplay has been plagiarized line by line from Frisco is genuinely overwhelming. Anybody who looks at even the briefest sample pretty much invariably uses the word brazen." So there was one of these outlets online that did like a script page-to-page comparison, And you can tell that it does look almost line for line, bit from bit, very similar. Even there may have been small adjustments to character referenced or maybe scenery, but it's almost the same type of stuff that's happening all throughout. So, Blake, I don't know if you're back, but
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Yeah, had to switch out headphones. I'm catching up on this in real time.
Okay.
This kind of reminds me of some of the conversation we had last year, where what was the name of the person? She went in for best Andrea Riseborough, and there was talk of, okay, could her nomination be pulled, and how many times has that actually happened?
Right.
The fact that this was announced a day before from this person, which there hasn't even been time to like look into it. This movie came out a couple months ago, plus, at least in select cities.
Right.
What happened here? Did this dude just he's the only one who knew about this script and went to the movie finally 2 months later, was like, hey, this movie that's so similar to the thing I wrote, I'll finally go check it out. I got to, maybe he's doing what we did, where I got to get caught up on the nominations and just chugging through Best Picture nominees the weekend prior. And he goes, wait a second, I should let someone know immediately. I just don't get the timing, because like voting is passed. If you were mad about it, you probably would have said something before,
right?
Unless, I don't know. So I know that there's more reporting to be done. It's possible, if that were to win, which it is one of the options, that's one of the other hot categories, of the two writing ones. Mm-hmm. It's definitely in contention for that award. Is if it was found to be plagiarism, would that be taken away after the fact? Because I can't fathom they're going to hold, an emergency board meeting during the red carpet and
like
just
right
say, never mind,
broadcast.
that one can't win. Who got the second most votes? That's bizarre. So the timing of it's so strange to me.
Yeah. It's strange but very opportune also, because this also could possibly be, again, I don't know who's wrong or who's right here. Like I said, I just looked at the article itself. I looked at the screen page by page comparison, and it could very well be true that this is all, whatever this person is claiming it to be. But at the same time, it's like, what if it's not? What if this guy is just kind of jealous about something, or maybe he has some sort of falling out with the makers of the film, and maybe he's just using this moment because everyone's attention and focus is at the Oscars right now. And since this is somewhat related, then maybe there could be an issue there that is like, hey, at least I can get some attention here and grab some of the spotlight and steal some of the thunder if the holdovers happens to have a decent night throughout the evening.
Yeah, but also if it's found out to not be plagiarism, that's a worse look in its own way.
Of course, it's risk and reward, right? So if he ends up, proving his case very well, then obviously, there's a lot of things that are going to happen. But if he turns out just being like the jealous girlfriend or the jealous ex-girlfriend or something like that, then obviously this guy is going to be looked bad upon in Hollywood. But given that he is a writer that will last, a couple of years, and then he'll probably write something awesome and then sell it. And we'll be talking about him maybe in the Oscars in 2 or 3 years from now.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'm just going through it right now and looking at the actual accusation and some of the comparisons. Mm-hmm. Did you actually look at the side by side? Yeah,
like I said, there was someone on Twitter that posted a page-to-page comparison, line by line, and maybe with the exception of some character changes, like instead of a man, it's a woman or something like that. It looks like almost identical as far as situation and maybe bits of the dialogue and all. So, yeah. Huh. But this was just like one page example that I saw. I haven't seen like the full thing.
Yeah, I'm going through some of them, and some of them seem pretty loose. And it's also difficult in writing, unless it's actually like the same quote or so similar. It's difficult to prove things like that unless it is actually either verbatim or just so absurdly close. And with a long movie like that, the two examples I saw were there's a symbolic bottle of cognac in one, and the other one is a symbolic billboard, which cognac and billboard pretty different.
Yeah.
One of them is in an Amtrak hall and the other one is in a school hall. And the person was saying, look, they're both halls, which sure, if every scene that's shot in a hall. So I'm going to look up the side by side that you're talking about just to see something that's maybe a little bit more straightforward on plagiarism.
Yeah.
Because, at the end of the day, a lot of folks write a lot of things and there will be things that are similar for sure. I'm not trying to take it away or say the dude's wrong. I want to find something a little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time too, it's like, it always happens where maybe some people have read certain scripts and then maybe they'll start writing something separately on their own, and they might, ooh, I'm hearing myself a lot. They may have kind of influenced their writing a little bit, and they may include some things. Great example is, I don't know if you had a chance to watch that documentary, Jodorowsky's Dune.
Started watching it yesterday. I've been on such a Dune kick. I haven't finished it yet, but yeah.
Yeah. So basically what you'll find out is that it's possible that even this guy who didn't make his movie at all, he went to all the studios with basically his blueprint and gave him a copy of this blueprint. And it's possible that a lot of movies that came out afterwards may have borrowed some stuff from this blueprint that he created. So is that considered plagiarism, or is just influential? Is that someone was influenced by what they saw or what they read? So I wonder if that's something that could be kind of taken away from this also, at the same time, but who knows? I don't know.
Yeah.
So, yeah. What were you saying about Paul Giamatti before you had some audio issues?
Thank you. Yeah, just that he's definitely a possible upset. And I was kind of pushing back on what you're talking about with Wes Anderson, that the idea that I actually think if he wins the short film, which he's the favorite right now to win, that he's less likely to win an Oscar later. Because what somebody was talking about this with Paul Giamatti, I thought it was a good point. Because he got nominated for Cinderella Man, which was a makeup for Sideways, he's actually less likely to get that sympathy vote of, oh my gosh, we've never honored you. We've never even nominated you. And most people agree Cinderella Man was barely deserving. And although he's basically in every role, he's solid enough. You could nominate him, but it's just that movie specifically. But it was a makeup for Sideways. Similarly, if Wes Anderson gets the short win, they get to go, okay, we get to keep ignoring you in the other categories now because we did honor you. So it actually kind of hurts his chances to get any of the pity votes, which not necessarily that's how you want to win, but that's how a lot of people have won in their careers.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here for sure at the end of it all. What are some of what would you say? We talk about this every year. What are you hoping to see? What are some expectations you think we'll see in the broadcast? What are some of the funny things that you think will happen? How long will Jimmy Kimmel's monologue be? And will he be making a Joy Coy reference somewhere along the line?
Okay, I have answers to the first one. Because that was the host last year?
No, that was the host at the Golden Globes. That totally
that's
bombed.
Right, yeah. He's such a comedian guy where he's the one who's defending Chris Rock so vociferously. I almost think he wouldn't do that necessarily, but he might make a joke about the present, but not necessarily a dig personally. You know what I mean? I don't think he'd call him out per se. One of the side bets that I was seeing was about how many times he references Matt Damon. So that would be a fun thing to check on if that comes up. The thing I'm most curious about is the Ryan Gosling I'm Just Ken performance.
Oh, yeah.
There's a version where it's a corny, he's sitting on a stool and they go acoustic, MTV Unplugged with it. There's a version where they get a bunch of the Kens from the movie and maybe even other celebrity Kens to go do a full dance number. People were talking about would he go out in the audience? Would he interact with other, super famous male actors who, might fit that Ken mold or something? There's a lot of options for it. I'm worried that they'll play it safer and not do more.
Mm-hmm.
It would be kind of fun if they did a whole big number and just really leaned into the ridiculousness of it.
Yeah.
And then when I was just kind of thinking about it earlier today, Gosling had I think a good response to Gerwig and Margot Robbie not being nominated afterward. He replied to it, and then the kind of question is, okay, is he just posturing, or is he actually, is it valid, and is that the right way to handle it? But I'm also curious if he would say anything while up there, because that's been one of the biggest criticisms of these nominations. Of out of everything, the most popular movie of last year was Barbie,
Right.
And so I think the most common criticism, maybe not from insiders and critics as much as just person on the street. I literally heard someone complaining about it this weekend, talking about, the Oscars on Sunday. Oh my gosh, can you believe that they snubbed Margot Robbie and Greta Gerwig? I mean, the fact that Hillary Clinton got in on it, and she isn't campaigning for an Oscar or office this year.
Right.
I'm curious if Gosling, because there could be a really cringy moment in regards to that. It could be a really well done moment, or it could just kind of be ignored since he already put the statement out. I'm curious how that'll go.
Yeah.
But mainly, are we going to see Gosling go full ham, Mickey Mouse Club, dancing on stage tonight?
Oh, he better. He better. I mean, that's what I'm expecting. I mean, before we went live, we were watching some clips of like Gosling's career, and we were kind of making fun about him being like he won the award for best looking kid on the Mickey Mouse Club. And we're seeing him dancing and running around and spinning and all that stuff like that. That's the Gosling I want to see. I want him to like go back to his roots. And maybe, it'll be interesting in this performance if he brings up anyone with him on stage. Because remember, I'm Just Ken led into that giant battle in the movie with the Kens versus the Kens. So are we going to see a Simu Liu kind of like pop up and maybe dance and sing with him? I mean, that would be kind of cool,
I would love that. That's the person I would most hope for, is give me Simu Liu. What was the name of the other? Benedict Kingsley? Do I have that right?
Oh, yeah, the one who played Bob Marley.
Yeah, and he was also a king. Give me at least Simu Liu, but I would love to just have as many famous. And then will Michael Cera make an appearance?
I think that would be hilarious.
Will Alan be there? I would love that.
Just come like in the background, like, hey guys.
Cut over to him, and he's just like, huh? And then they go right back into the chorus. Right. Yeah, something like that. Give me anything. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. That might end up being like the best moment of the evening, outside of like some categories being announced. But
especially for the lay person who's maybe not necessarily going to get super geeked if Giamatti wins or the Gladstone Emma Stone debate, but if instead the biggest thing for the lay person who's just like, yeah, I'll throw on the Oscars, why not? They're channel surfing, they land on it. That would have to be the most talked about moment. Billie Eilish to some degree, although that's such a ballad, that wouldn't necessarily be the spectacle that I'm Just Ken could be if they go there.
Right. Yeah, that'll be fun. We were talking before also about contending categories or the tight races in certain categories.
Oh, yeah.
I think the tightest one outside of actress is animation. I feel like there's a lot of debate going back and forth as to whether or not is it going to be Spider-Man or is it going to be Boy and the Heron, right? And even some outlets today, as of this morning, we're still going back and forth saying like they're not sure as to who's the one who's going to win. Obviously, each outlet has their own opinion on stuff. You and I, when we did our ballots, we already said Spider-Man was going to be the clear-cut winner here. Could there be possibly a surprise here tonight? Maybe, Boy and the Heron might pull it out. It's possible.
Yeah, wouldn't it be the biggest upset if Boy and the Heron wins? That's what the tightest races. I don't know if do you want to just go through this real quick?
Yeah.
So, actress in a leading role, it's Lily Gladstone or Emma Stone, and some people are putting Sandra Hüller as a possible upset. Spoiler: if the other two split votes or however that goes, with a more international body now, anything's possible.
Yeah.
But most likely Lily Gladstone and then Emma Stone and then far below Sandra Hüller. Otherwise, actors all but locked in. Cillian Murphy, but maybe Paul Giamatti. Mm-hmm. So there's enough of a chance it wouldn't be the craziest thing. Supporting actor locked in. Downey Jr. Anything else would be a huge upset. supporting actress, it's Divine Joy Randolph's. There's basically no way in hell if anyone else wins, it would be one of the biggest upsets ever, at least as far as Vegas is concerned. With the way when you look at these, Divine Joy Randolph has won essentially everything she could possibly win up until now. So then if I'm looking on my ballot on the left column, just going down, animated feature film is the next one. You just talked about it. Boy and the Heron, Miyazaki's. If he'd said it was his last movie, I think he wins.
That's
he
it.
Did not. He's just going to keep working. And he also missed the Oscars last time that he was up for it. Or won, something like that. So that's also not a great look. That can definitely mess with someone's chances down the line, down the road. Spider-Man has a lot of famous people in it, which Boy and the Heron did too on the dubbed version, even though the original is in Japanese. Spider-Man, it might have more love, and the SAG the actors are such a big part of the voting body here. I think that if that's the tiebreaker, it would go to Spider-Man. So it does seem to be the favorite. I put Boy and the Heron on my ballot because of the way that the international voting body might lean, but you never know.
Right. Yeah. So just as a reminder for everybody, I'm going to pull up our ballots here just so we could take a quick look and gander at everything. Give me 1 second. Boom. There we go. Oh, I'll also be playing Oscar Bingo along with this stream. I have 2 bingo cards here. We could kind of play together. But going to like my ballot here, obviously, hopefully the screen captures this well. Animated, I'm going with Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. I think, like we mentioned already before, the major categories are pretty much set in stone, with the exception of maybe there's a possible, like you mentioned, also surprise when it comes to actress in the leading role. Are there any other surprise categories that may shock us if one announcement went to the other here? Would you say, I don't know, maybe film editing or?
So you're saying, because basically most of these, if they're so locked in that if something else won, it would be a huge upset. Yes. Are you asking the ones that are more of 50-50 or could go either way?
Yeah.
Or are you asking what the biggest possible upset would be?
I think I'm asking more along the lines of 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the next one I'm looking at, cinematography feels pretty clearly. Oppenheimer, it could go a couple other ways. Another big one that's 50-50 is costume design. I've heard that being all over the place, but Barbie and Poor Things, as well as hair and makeup for those same exact 2 movies. That's a big one that could go to either of those movies. They're the 2 favorites, and anything else would probably be an upset, but also not the craziest thing in the world. Production design, very similar. Poor Things and Barbie are both the top ones, but production design could also go to Oppenheimer and could go to Killers of the Flower Moon.
Right.
I think Napoleon winning anything would be
it'll be kind of weird.
A huge upset.
Yeah.
And yet Napoleon is production design is probably the one where it has the best chance.
Right.
So there's a few where Barbie and Poor Things are going to be more head to head. And either one wouldn't be a huge upset, but that'll tell us how some of the other categories might go later. If we don't see Poor Things winning those, I imagine you could see Vegas's line just shoot in real time towards Lily Gladstone and away from Emma Stone.
Right.
Directing, it's locked in for Nolan. Spoiler, so is Best Picture. So if either of those don't win, that would be bonkers. Documentary feature, it seems all the experts are going Mariupol, but that's a category where we've definitely seen surprises before because it's so hard to predict. So there's a few on there that are anything could win, but Mariupol is so far ahead, at least in Vegas, that would be an upset if anything else won.
Yeah.
Documentary short subject, a lot of people are saying ABC's a book banning. A lot of people are saying Last Repair Shop. They both won at different predecessors, but there's not much to go on for these shorts. And then I put Nine Eye and WIPO in mind, just thinking that those and Barbara Little Rock might be splitting votes. We'll see. But that's one where ABC's a book banning and Last Repair Shop are going to be pretty much head to head, the way that experts have talked about it, at least.
Yep. There you go.
Editing. it's almost certainly Oppenheimer, but Killers of the Flower Moon and Poor Things have a shot at a few of these, and also some folks have Anatomy of a Fall, so that one's a little more open. International feature film, if it's not Zone of Interest, that's bonkers, because it's the only one of those that's nominated for Best Picture. That historically, that means it's a shoo-in.
Right.
If Anatomy of a Fall was here, that would be an interesting head-to-head.
Different category.
Sure.
Yeah, different result for sure.
I mean, or those two are kind of in the same style. We're talking about 50-50, could go either way. Probably Anatomy of a Fall, but Zone of Interest has a lot of the below-the-line nominations too. So that would be interesting, but it's not, because France boofed it. Chose Taste of Things, which isn't even here. All right, so makeup and hairstyling, we already mentioned. Poor Things and Barbie are the top two for it. Maestro also. Sorry, I didn't mention that earlier. Maestro could definitely get it for makeup and hairstyling. In fact, a lot of people have that right as their favorite. I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier. Barbie and Poor Things for costume design. Makeup and hair is Poor Things or Maestro. My bad. Okay. So that's the other head-to-head.
Yeah. Last year, you also said Bradley Cooper was a lock-in for winning Best Actor at this year's Oscars.
The movie hadn't come out yet.
Yeah. Okay. It's all right. Bradley Cooper is right now sweating balls over there as he's like panicking and probably on his fifth drink. As he arrived I saw him, he just arrived at the red carpet not that long ago. So he looks okay now.
I like to think he's just breezy, and we're just making up this whole narrative of his inner monologue being this freaked out, obsessive weirdo. He's very sincere.
I want it to be like,
yeah, it's funnier. Of course, he's just having a breakdown the whole time. He might just be like, oh, wait, yeah, someone told me that today was the Oscars. Is that right? Whoa, what are you all doing here? Why are all my friends here? Totally possible.
Is that why there's so much traffic today? Like, wow, who knew?
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not a weirdo, but it's possible he's just not that. He's just a different type of weirdo.
Oh man, it would be so cool. No, if he was like, notice he didn't. I don't think he brought his mom this year. I didn't see him on the red carpet with his mom, so maybe he's trying to save her from his manic panic attacks.
Save her, barely know her. Music original score. Oppenheimer's by far the favorite, with Ludwig Göransson being the new Hans Zimmer type, just always get nominated, and is the new buddy with Christopher Nolan for score and director. They're a little package deal nowadays. So that's definitely a favorite there. Original song, we're going What Was I Made For by Barbie, which was a top hit on the charts. And yet I'm Just Ken is probably going to be the crowd pleasing favorite. It's possible there's an upset there, but everyone has those as the number one and number two options for this category.
Yeah.
It used to happen more often, but it's possible we would see them split votes and something else surprises. But everyone I've listened to, any experts, insiders, people looking through sample ballots, everything seems to suggest those two are still so far ahead, even if you split them in half, that most likely What Was I Made For wins, and then maybe I'm Just Kidding in theory. But either of those are more likely to win, even with that problem. We talked about this one, production design. Barbie and Poor Things are pretty head to head there. Sorry, did I interrupt you? Do you want to add something?
No, I was gonna say Flamin' Hot's gonna win. That's gonna be the song right there.
Okay, that you asked earlier about the upsets. That would be the funnest one, because Diane Warren, this is her 15th nomination.
That's true.
Never won.
Yep.
And somebody was saying they put her down just because at some point she's got to get this over with. It's painful. Just make it stop. And okay, it's like we were talking about earlier with Giamatti or Wes Anderson. You give someone an award for their body of work, and it has nothing to do with the fact that this song was from Flamin' Hot, a straight to streaming movie about Cheetos and the creation of them. Actually, I enjoyed that movie. Don't tell anyone.
It's a cute little, heartfelt.
Yeah, it's not the most serious movie out of all of these, but I seriously thought it was fun.
Yeah.
That would be maybe my other favorite upset. If you're saying what are we looking for tonight, that would be maybe the hottest story, at least for film nerds.
Right. By the way, in the chat, John Wolf, that wasn't you, was it? In that comment, John Wolf, the most awesome program on YouTube. There you go. Ain't wrong.
Let's see. Shout out, Dad. Short
Nice.
film animated. War is Over is a favorite because the name recognition, but you never know because it's a short. And also, that's one of the other ones I have not seen because it's so difficult to watch. You had to go to the theater and watch the package of shorts, and I'd seen so many of them already. It just didn't feel worth it to sit through 4 of the ones I'd seen.
A lot of them are on YouTube too. Like I watched like 2 of them on YouTube directly. So I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you were able to see 3 of these automatically, and Our Uniform you could rent for $1, and then War is Over you had to go to the theater and watch it. And even if you go to their website, they go, here's how to watch it. It just says, look up showtimes for that. I went through everything. They pulled everything else off. So from what I've heard, there's people who watched it who just was like, this is crap, but it's got name recognition. That's often enough in this category to give it a win. I'm curious. That's one where Vegas it's one of the ones where Vegas is most likely to be upset because the voters get to watch these in their own Academy portal. Mm-hmm. They get access to all of these movies. And if these categories are pretty easy to knock out. There's been years before where they're all 30 or 40 minutes and it takes a couple hours to get through them all. And some of them are real heavy. A lot of these are short films, especially by Oscar standards. Right. So somebody could knock these out and go, yeah, War is Over. I know if it was John Lennon for a Grammy, I'd vote for it, but not for a film award because apparently it's not that good, but I haven't seen it. So can't say. That's one where there's likely to be an upset though. We already talked about short film live action. Definitely this should go to Wes Anderson for Henry Sugar. Some people are mad that Wes Anderson is here because they're saying he took a spot from an up and coming filmmaker, and that's what the short categories are for. Someone else made a really good point that one of the next favorites is The After, which is a Netflix produced one, but it's directed by a super connected producer of films. I think it was HBO or something like that, but they've been a producer for years and creating, like, they're such a Hollywood insider. It's silly to say that these are always, earlier they were interviewing Dwayne Wade on the red carpet for producing The Barber of Little Rock. It's not like these are always, some kid in the basement trying to make it in Hollywood and all they can do is a 5-minute film. That said, this one has Netflix and Wes Anderson, which helps it, but for some folks that might backfire a little. Anything else, though, would be a pretty big upset. Everyone else is saying that the most likely ones are Red, White, and Blue, and then maybe The After, because it's got David Oyelowo, Celebrity, and it's another Netflix one. The rest of these, let's push through because things are about to start.
Yeah, we have a couple minutes
Sound,
here.
Oppenheimer could be a zone of interest. That's a fairly interesting one. Visual effects, where are we at? Should be Godzilla -1 is a favorite, but that's more anyone's game. We'll see. Screenplay, you and I talked about this one. Both of the screenplay ones, those are much more in the air. Those aren't as 50-50 as a lot of these other categories. Best Picture, you want to say it on the count of 3?
Go ahead. 3, 2, 1.
3.
Chicken Nugget, Little Run. What?
Dawn of the Nugget.
Dawn of the Nugget. Why do I keep calling it Chicken Nugget?
Nuclear Nugget.
No, it's totally Oppenheimer. 100% Oppenheimer. I would love it if it was Past Lives. I would love it, or maybe Poor Things. But
Poor Things was your number 1 movie from the year, right?
Yes, correct.
Me too. It's not going to win.
No.
And the fact that they now do ranked choice voting, which will affect some of these conversations we were just having. But ranked choice voting for Best Picture, it makes it so much more likely that it's something like Oppenheimer or something inoffensive like Holdovers than something that's a little more challenging or if it's something a little more polarizing like Poor Things, where a lot of people super loved it like us and some people walked out of it.
Yeah. All right. I'm just preparing some things on my end here. Again, we'll be tracking like who the big winners are from the evening. Right now, I think the big ones that are expected to win majority of the awards throughout the night, we have Oppenheimer, Poor Things, maybe Barbie because of original song, and Killers of the Flower Moon maybe is in there too. But I'll be updating this list as things go down. But back in the chat, excited about the Oscars. So are we. and thank you for joining us. We cannot wait. So, any last thoughts before things start going nuts?
How many do you think Oppenheimer gets? I'm putting it at 8, let's say.
I'm going to say
it could be 7, 9, anywhere in there. It's not quite historic, not the record, but it'll be up there.
Right. How many categories is nominated for? Was it
11?
11? So I'm going to say probably 9.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's gonna walk away with 9. So we'll see. We'll see. It's exciting.
We have an ABC logo on the screen.
It's exciting. All right. So, well, we have a commercial for 2020. So that how important that is.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch that after the Oscars. It's a recurring childhood memory is falling asleep during the Oscars, and then you wake up and it's some random ABC channel.
It's some news.
Yeah.
Now, I don't remember what they did last year. Or no, we were together last year. So remember last year they did like the after party where they kind of had like that lounge thing and they were interviewing people. I hope they do that again this year because I think that'd be kind of cool.
They blocked out 3.5 hours for the broadcast, and yet it's only expected to go 3. It always goes a little longer, but whatever time they have at the end, I'm assuming they'll do something like that, unless they just immediately throw it to Abbott Elementary to try to get eyes on that show, which is pretty popular already.
Right. Wow, this is an extended commercial for 2020, unless I'm on the wrong channel here. Hold on. Let's just make sure.
Oh, if you had to change from On the Carpet to the actual Oscars?
Yeah.
Sometimes they are on different streams.
Yeah. They really mess up with all that. Okay, here we go.
Damn it, I really wanted to finish that 2020 commercial. Can we go back, actually? Okay, like I mentioned before at the beginning of the stream, obviously because of the internet and how it works, we might be looking at a different feed from you guys watching at home. So there could be a delay. We ask that you don't spoil anything in the chat and just be patient with our reactions. Hold on, sorry. This might be the wrong stream. I just saw a tweet that said Bradley Cooper is curled up in a ball on the red carpet.
Damn it.
I'm asking,
did we miss that?
Where's Messi the dog? I need him. I need him.
Did he throw up again?
Where's my support animal? And he's throwing up, apparently.
Oh, man.
He's so nervous about tonight's awards, I guess.
I think he's more nervous for Bradley Cooper than for Anatomy of the Fall.
Sorry, I wasn't meaning to say that Messi the dog is throwing up. That already happened in the movie Anatomy of the Fall. No, Bradley Cooper is throwing up, and Messi the dog is scared.
Hey, it could have happened tonight too. I mean, he is there, so he could have done it too. He could have pissed also. Why not? Let's get a best pet category going on with like all the great pet performances from last year. The entire movie Strays would have been nominated.
Was Anatomy of a Fall the best movie last year where a dog ate drugs out of human waste and then got sick? Or
Absolutely.
Would you say that might go to a different movie? Because I think that's probably number one for that category.
Why else is Messi there tonight? I mean, I think it's because of that alone, right?
Wait, you heard that Messi's not there, right?
No, Messi is there. Oh, big surprise.
Thank goodness.
Oh, yeah.
I was so worried.
Yeah.
There was some rumor that he wasn't. Okay. Phew. Good.
There was out of all the controversial stuff leading to tonight, it's like Messi the dog will not be there, but gotta love commercials too. What is this? This Capote versus the Swans. That's actually, it has a lot of big name actresses in that. I don't know if you know anything about that. And then we have Taylor Swift here. Will she be at the Oscars for no reason? Or is she currently touring in South America? I think she's touring.
But was she nominated for Best Actress for Amsterdam, or did that get skipped over? Was that last year?
She was just out of the running. She just missed out on all the votes. But I think that was last year also.
I actually can't remember. I know the actress, of course not, but supporting or song, I mean, missed out on that if I recall, but got shortlisted, something like that.
What song did she write that was
It's my favorite thing about award season, just the amount of information I take that does not matter 1 year later.
Yeah. It's great for trivia, though.
Hell yeah.
What song did Taylor write and perform? Which movie was it?
You don't remember from the movie Amsterdam, directed by David O. Russell, starring Christian Bale, John David Washington, and also Taylor Swift?
I remember the movie. I just don't remember her song in it.
Yeah, me either, dude. It fucking didn't matter.
I just remember how happy I was when she got run over by the car.
Spoiler alert for anyone who's been waiting to see Amsterdam.
It's only been out for 2 years. I mean.
No one saw it in theaters, so now is actually probably a pretty good time. You can rent it for 25 cents. Get it at the bin at Best Buy by the cash register.
Right. It's in the bargain bin at Walmart right now.
Yeah. They're just giving them away. Like, yeah, we couldn't. There's a recall on this movie. No one wanted to watch it.
Right. All right. Are we going to finally start here? I wonder if we are on a big delay, but there's no way for me to control that at all on my end. But you know what? I want to hit this.
Let's see if there's like a live feed of, what do they call those? Someone's live blogging it.
Oh, here we go. Nice little montage to start things off. Is this going to be one of those things where Jimmy Kimmel is going to be in every scene from every movie?
I hope it's Billy Crystal, actually.
Oh, that would be amazing if they brought in him just for that.
I don't want to see what he'll do with American Fiction, though. It's terrifying.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. It's going to be Chris Rock. I forgot Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning is part of the visual effects nominees. A lot of eyes being closed right now in the montage. A lot of crying. Oh, there it is. I knew it.
Jimmy Kimmel on the bench with Barbie.
Very typical Jimmy Kimmel. Wow.
They're doing the Dua Lipa song for his intro from Barbie, which did not get nominated.
This is his 4th time hosting. Crazy that he's hosted this many times.
He's a steady hand.
I guess in a way he's kind of like the modern day equivalent to Billy Crystal hosting, right? So I guess they did start late.
Here we go.
Oh, Madam Web, this. There you go. Where's Dakota Johnson? Probably at home nodding her head. Yeah, he's right. All right. Let's see how many jokes of Barbie we're going to get here. Oh, look at them. They look fantastic tonight. Gurig and Bombach. I thought Margot was going to be more of like a Barbie outfit. This looks more like a regular kind of getup she would wear. Yeah. I mean, oh, there's Emma. Right? Was that Emma Stone next to him? No. Who is that? Is that his
wife?
That's his wife?
Nope. He's married to Eva Mendes.
Where's his brother? Is his brother there? There's Cillian Murphy. Could be winning his first Oscar tonight.
First nomination.
Yeah.
Great joke.
There he is. Life of the party.
Also, he can mention Matt Damon, too, who was in Oppenheimer.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Joke about drug usage from Downey.
Yep. Two on the nose. Nice. Nice. Oh my gosh, what movie is that? Tim Allen dog movie? Messi! There we go. Looking as confused as ever. Oh, are we allowed to talk about him right now? Gerard Depardieu.
What about him?
Sex assault allegations. Multiple.
Oh.
Yeah. Yorgos Lanthimos. Hey, dad joke.
Damn, that's so good.
There it is.
Yorgos is as good as mine.
Dad joke. Fifth time? Wow. When you think about it, you kind of forget. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, according to Denis Villeneuve, young moviegoers want longer movies.
It's definitely a trend these days. I'm into it.
Yeah.
I love movies.
Oh, here's Bradley Cooper. Oh, his mom is there. I'm very disappointed in Bradley. He has the tux outfit, but no tie or bow tie.
I'm telling you, he's not taking it so seriously.
He's in character. Oh,
Wow.
that's so
That
crazy.
stat.
Wow, that's so crazy.
Robert De Niro and Jodie Foster were both nominated 40 years ago and tonight. That's wild.
That's nuts.
Shout out Taxi Driver. Also, the Tim Allen movie was Shaggy Dog, by the way.
Oh,
Not quite
was
as
it?
important as Taxi Driver.
That's going to be the thing I'm going to watch after this.
You don't have to do that to yourself.
That's awesome. Aw.
It's a really good example of punching up and not punching down. He's not
Yeah.
actually taking the piss out of anyone except a De Niro or a Downey Jr. And even those, it doesn't feel like Ricky Gervais where he's just being mean and going too far.
Right. It's not your like typical roast environment, which
It's pretty
it
good
shouldn't
spirited.
be. Yeah.
And he's shouting out people who, 20, 30 years ago would have just been mocked for
Right.
being different from everyone else. He's shouting them out and then making jokes about other things.
Yep. Nah.
Okay. That's a good example of punching up.
Ensemble casting. Yeah. Where's the stunt category? Come on. A shot of Steven Spielberg.
The joke was, do you remember that kid from The Fablemans? Here's what he looks like now.
Is that his daughter next to him? Oh, look, it's The Rock. Everyone, The Rock's in the building. Oh, nice dig at the directors because of the strikes and how they ended so much sooner than the actors. Oh, that's a very good question. That's a funny joke about Fran Drescher. Oh, that's nice. Giving some shine and tribute to the people behind the scenes, your teamsters. Oh, look at that. They're all on stage too. That's awesome.
Nice. That's a good moment.
Yeah.
Especially after this year where Hollywood got rocked for a few months.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
Supporting actor first.
Actress in a supporting role. All right.
Here we go. Divine Joy Randolph time. So they're bringing up 5 past winners for supporting actress, including last year's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Right. I love that Rita Moreno's there.
Yeah.
I think they're doing that with every category, right? They're bringing the past
at least
winners,
the acting ones.
The acting ones.
And they're each talking about one other nominee from this year.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's a good way to double the amount of celebrities on a stage.
Yeah.
And makes it more personable.
And in a way, it kind of shows like these people watch each other's movies. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but at least it kind of gives that impression, right?
It's like a blurb on the back of a book where an author you like co-signs this book.
Yep.
And hearing the person's story makes it more compelling of a nominee.
Yeah. Look at Krasinski, the proud husband.
Friend.
Aw.
I like Emily Blunt's dress. The shoulder straps are interesting, though. At first, I thought it was a malfunction, but I think that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. I like this approach instead of doing the usual clips, right? Because it does sound more personal.
I kind of love the clips too, but it does make us. It's not as much about the character and more about the performance and the performer.
And the person. Yeah.
Oh. That's sweet. It makes it more emotional for the nominees too. They get recognized and honored regardless of who's about to win.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what got her nominated. Was that speech.
I actually just got choked up. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
This is really sweet. This is a good way to do this.
Wow. Whew. So early and already feeling so emotional.
Jamie Lee Curtis is reading the
Divine.
Oscar, which
there we
goes
go.
to Divine Joy Randolph.
Yep. Oh, I love that Giamatti is there to help her up.
Every other speech, she's brought out a piece of paper and read it, which I'm honestly not mad about. Some people complain, but her speeches have been good in my mind. It's just, I think she's overcome, which you can see right now on her face. Yeah. No paper.
Wow. Great. That was great.
Wow, that was a beautiful moment. It was a good way to start this off.
Yeah.
And Holdovers was one of the crowd favorites from the box office this year.
Yep.
Anecdotally, a friend tried to see it in Oklahoma today, and it was sold out.
Really?
The afternoon of the Oscars. Yeah.
Wow.
It was only select cities for a long time. It was kind of difficult to see. Also surprised me to remember that was only about 2.5 months ago. It was here. There was a while where people were wondering when it would come to their town. It was just a long rollout. That said, the fact that it's still sold out is still impressive regardless. Anything past opening weekend, a movie being sold out is usually pretty unheard of these days.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's awesome. Oh, I'm going to switch to your camera real quick. My pizza's here.
You what?
My pizza's here. So just give me 1 second.
Tell the dude to come on. Ask their opinion about this year's nominees. We're now watching a watch commercial. Who will watch the watch commercial? Question as old as time.
I'm gonna wait for him to come on up, but I'll be here for now.
Just take your microphone with you to the door. Just ask, like, hey,
should I interview him and say, who are you voting? Who are you rooting for?
Who did you vote for? Yeah.
Yeah.
In case you're syncing up your feed at home, that was a Polestar commercial, a car commercial. And we just watched a house explode in a State Farm commercial starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Is he nominated for anything this year? Sorry.
One of the best Super Bowl commercials I would nominate him for. So with Divine winning, would you consider that a win for the holdovers?
Why would it not be?
So on the bingo sheet, I have the holdovers wins an Oscar. So would that count?
I would count that for sure. Okay. Yeah, it's anything for it. Which, I mean, that's basically a gimme. Again, Divine Joy Randolph. This is the, if not the most, one of the most undefeated award seasons in history.
Sure.
Where she just won everywhere, even places where it was less likely.
Yeah.
So by the time the Oscars came around, the numbers, if you wanted to put money on anybody else, you would have won a lot of money, except, nope, you wouldn't have. Divine Joy Randolph, in fact, pulled it off.
Right. We have Nat Murphy in the chat. What's going on, Nat? What film not recognized at all are you most disappointed by not seeing nominated for any category?
Like, for Renee and I can answer both of those.
Oh, yeah, I think you have a good idea, right?
Saltburn and Beau is Afraid. Those were among our top 10 movies of the year for both of us. And zilch in nominees. Yep. You were mad about, wait, was it Super Mario Bros? Is that right? That was your favorite movie of the year?
No. Well, I mean, it was good, but I wouldn't say favorite. I think another disappointment. TMNT. Yes. Yep. Yeah. For animated category. Yeah. That's a big disappointment. Also, the fact that Little Mermaid got nothing. That is true.
Don't love that. That's even just visual effects or something, but a lot of people complained. I thought it looked good. A lot of people said they did not think so. And that's the kind of category it would have been best at. Maybe sound, something, or original song, but the Lin-Manuel Miranda song wasn't that good. So the things it was good at are the things that it's probably never going to get nominated for. Right. You're not going to get a directing nomination for a Disney live action movie. Right. But even just for like a song category, I'm surprised nothing. But what would it have been, though? Scuttlebutt was the only original one, if I recall. They cut songs, but were there any other new ones? No, that was the only new one. Yeah. And that's just, I personally thought it was fun, but is it good? Right. Is it better than Flamin' Hot? Maybe you could make the case. I guess that it should have been that could be yeah. That just for the Lin-Manuel Miranda of it all. Yeah. So yeah, Nat. So if you're referring to like movies from last year, those are the main ones we would say disappointed, not recognized. Let us know about you. Phoenix didn't get in for Napoleon or Beau is Afraid. We were thinking maybe they would cumulatively give him something because he did so good in both, but neither of those movies got much love. Oh. She's adorable. Smoking pays off, right? Could you imagine? Oh, hey, Abbott Elementary. Wait, are we not doing supporting actor? Did they just say we're doing both animated? Yep. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah. It's almost similar to like what they did with the nominations when they announced the nominees. They started off with Best Supporting, and then they just skipped around to like other things. Yeah, but normally they go supporting actress, then supporting actor,
You would
or
think
vice
so.
versa.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right. Now we're at the animated short category. Did you see all of these, Blake?
Animated was easier to see, yeah. Actually, no, this is the one I was talking about with War is Over.
Oh,
It
right,
was
right,
so
right,
difficult
right.
to see.
Yeah.
And Our Uniform is the one that didn't work for me with the website to buy it.
Right,
Just
got
kept failing.
Oh, there we go. War is
There it
over.
is. Okay. Name recognition goes a long way in this category.
Yeah.
In all the shorts categories. And like we were saying earlier, it can backfire, but it helps certainly because there's not a lot to choose unless someone's just going to go watch all of them and go off their actual gut.
Yep.
Or like their actual favorite movie. And that's John Lennon's son behind with the glasses.
With the glasses, right? Yeah, that's right.
So I'm going to just show off I have the magnet for War is Over.
There you go.
And the record. Back in the 70s, they put a billboard in Times Square that said War is Over, trying to just get some publicity for the potential of the end of the war. And the idea was, if you can imagine it, that it could happen. But the war was not over. So some people really didn't like that billboard because they thought the war was over, and then it turned out it wasn't. But the idea is dream of peace, essentially that old John Lennon message.
Right. Nat Murphy, it's telling that a lot of the nominees were not 3D, but the 3D one because of who nominates compared to who votes for winner. Happy Mother's Day, Yoko.
Happy Mother's Day, Yoko. At least he knows he's a Nepo baby.
Oh, he owns it. He wears that badge proudly.
The only thing he said was, please say Happy Mother's Day to my mom.
He wears
Sweet
that
boy.
badge so proudly. All right, let's see which one wins here. This is the first category that we different on. So you say Boy and the Heron, I say Spider-Man. So let's see.
And I bet you're right. So if I were to do a side bet, I would bet that you're actually correct, but that's not what I put for my nominee. So just to be clear, I win no matter what. I just want to be that clear.
Sure.
Told you.
You got it. You got it. Oh,
I want to
man.
thank the Academy for choosing the one that I put on my ballot. I'd like to thank Renee for being dead fucking wrong and giving me an early lead in our ballots.
Here we go.
I don't want to thank any publicists, but I do want to thank everyone involved with voting for these Oscars.
And if the results were different,
giving me an early lead that I'll probably lose later on
bitching
at Best Actress. No, I said I would be right no matter what, because I actually bet my side bet didn't pay off, but my ballot's winning, and that's the most important thing. I might change my mind later if that flips and you take the lead on the ballot.
But here's an interesting question about that, though. Would you consider this to be a surprise for this category, or was it because they were so neck to neck that it could have gone either way?
The latter, more than anything. Is it a surprise? Technically, it wasn't the betting favorite, but it was close enough that the other three, you would have won a lot of money in Vegas. This one, you wouldn't have. It's not like that. It wasn't that imbalanced. It was more of a 50-50 head-to-head than anything else.
Yeah.
I do want to pull it up and just see how far. Let me do this or that. It can be kind of volatile, but so Spider-Man was a minus 225. Boy and the Heron was a plus 162, which might seem pretty different. But then Nimona was plus 2,000.
Oh, okay.
So Boy and the Heron was a 162. Nimona was 2,000. Elemental 2,500. Robot Dreams 3,300. Wow. So just some quick back of the napkin math. Way the hell more than Boy and the Heron as far as favorites go. Yeah. So Boy and the Heron, you bet $100, you get $62 essentially, or 162. If I said that wrong, I don't know. So it was about as close as any of these 50-50 head-to-heads could be. I'm going to pull up just real quick. Gladstone and Emma Stone, they're basically the same type of numbers, only off by about $50 or so. So that's very similar numbers, though, with Gladstone being the favorite.
Right. Big congratulations to Miyazaki for his first Oscar win. So that's huge. And I'm so happy for him. I did say, like, as we were filling out the ballots, if Boy and the Heron did win, I wouldn't be upset. I would actually be very happy because I'm a huge Miyazaki fan. Nat Murphy.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Just 1 second. Award.
Hold on. Nat Murphy, do you think Miyazaki will retire now for good? Joking aside, little. He already said that he was gonna work on another film, basically a month after Boy and the Heron came out. So I don't think he's gonna retire at all. I think he's gonna, now that he sees that people are receiving his films after his long hiatus, I think that's gonna drive him even more to make more stuff, I think.
It's a good way to look at it, for sure. Yeah.
So you were saying about Miyazaki and the honorary?
It was his first Oscar. How dare you?
That he was nominated for.
No, he awarded the Academy Honorary Award, and he's been nominated before for specific movies.
Yeah, but he never won anything that he got. Yeah, but he never won anything he got nominated for.
Okay, I'm just saying it's his second Oscar. You don't include honoraries.
Semantics.
How dare you?
Semantics. Nat Murphy, your audio seems to be dipping in and out on YouTube.
Also, he won in 2003 for Spirited Away. Is that right?
Did he?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, we actually did the whole conversation about the history of the animated world. I'm double checking it, but yeah, he won for Spirited Away.
Got it. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why the audio is messing up.
Was it temporary to the person who's put that, or is it ongoing?
Yeah, let us know.
You wouldn't know because I used audio to ask that question.
Yeah, let us know how it's like now. Our feed is now lagging. Sorry, guys. Give us a minute. Trying to get our feed back up because it looks like it has timed out just a little bit. Here, let's do one of these things. Again, the joys of the internet. So yeah, keep us posted on the audio. I'm curious to see how things are going to be going on. Still waiting for our feed to come in. Oh, boy. Oh, we're back. Okay. All right. I'm gonna throw it to you there, Blake. The guy never showed up with my pizza, so I'm gonna figure out where it is right now.
We need to solve this and tell them it's not okay. This is one of the most competitive Oscars of the night for original screenplay. Anatomy of a Fall wins, which Justine Triet wrote with her partner, Arthur Harari. They have 2 children together, and it's one of the more interesting backstories, which, just like Barbie, written by a couple. And Barbie was going to be in this category until they moved it over to adapted, which was a little controversial. That could have been a little more interesting if Barbie was here, but...
All right. Crisis averted.
Did you have Anatomy of a Fall for original screenplay?
I did not. No.
So okay. I didn't give my award speech for defeating you in that. What did you put? Holdovers? Past lives?
This was one of those emotional things I went with, where I chose May December.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was almost thinking it should be Past Lives, but here we are.
Oh.
Justine Triet and her partner won this award. And I hope they're okay based on the context of this movie.
I know, right? Like, I hope this wasn't like a personal story.
Yeah, just a fantasy of hers when she daydreams.
Oh, Nat Murphy chiming in. Everything is good now. Okay, awesome. Good to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you. She must be so happy because of kind of like a point of the finger to the French board for not including her film. You know what I mean?
For international, yeah, it would have been kind of whack if she didn't win anything.
Yeah.
For that, at least you get some comeuppance, and since she won't be getting an international Oscar. Is this what I put? Do you have our ballots in front of you?
I do, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I put American Fiction down.
I think we both had the same one.
Wow.
American Fiction.
This is one of the most competitive ones.
Yeah.
If Oppenheimer wins, that means really good things for other awards. I'm surprised it's not a favorite, though. It's such a popular book, a difficult screenplay to transfer over. Christopher Nolan's just not great with scripts and human emotion. There's some clunky moments in here, but the actual plot itself, and some people didn't like the amount of just talking scenes like this, and with Robert Downey Jr.'s a lot of people felt like that was a little slow.
Yeah.
It's a long movie, but still, I could easily see it winning this award outright.
I think the script is unique in its own because most of it was written in first person.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, very unique.
Yeah.
I don't know who's done that before, but I've never heard of it. We're watching clips. My question for Nat was what your favorite movie was, or one that wasn't nominated at all, since you asked us.
Oh, American Fiction.
I'd like to thank the Academy for giving me 2 correct choices and Renee only 1 for the 2 screenplay awards. What's the punishment? You have
didn't agree to one.
Shave your entire body?
No, what? I don't remember that being it.
No, let's go ahead and say it's that. That's fine with me. Yeah, I'll agree to that.
But so far, it's outside of the animated feature. It's been very much kind of what is by the book as what people were expecting so far, right?
Yeah, except these were competitive. So if it wasn't, the top choice or the second choice, But there was a lot of talk about, especially both screenplay ones. Neither of these are shocks, though. There hasn't been an upset, even including animated.
Anymore. Should I do like a impromptu mukbang, Oscar mukbang, as I'm eating my pizza?
Thank you for asking. The answer to that is no. Yeah, I'm looking through Gold Derby. These were both favorites by everyone. It wasn't quite as close as we thought, but there were others. It's one where the odds were closer than some of these other categories. Whereas Devoe and Joy Randolph was supposed to be a blowout. It wouldn't be as big of a shock, but still it was chalk for both screenplays. Give me 1 second. I'm going to be right back.
Yep. I'll switch over to my screen for now. How's everyone doing tonight? Everyone enjoying this so far? Or at least enjoying the show? The Oscars? Right now, it looks like we're going to get the performance.
Yeah, never mind.
Billie Eilish.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'll put off my little break. I need to see this.
Billie Eilish with Phineas. What Was I Made For?
I actually like this song.
It's a great song.
Cute about it.
I mean, it's a good song on its own, even if it wasn't attached to anything, you know?
Makes a big difference.
Yeah.
That's the biggest difference with I'm Just Kin. I'm Just Kin, it doesn't make any sense outside the context of Barbie.
Right. Starlord7 in the chat. What's going on, Starlord? Yeah, tonight is the Oscars. That is what we're watching right now.
Starlord, are you rooting for who are you rooting for visual effects? Just curious. Any favorites in that category? Wow, this is beautiful. The stage design.
Oh, look at the orchestra.
The orchestra. I want them to zoom out. Where is she? Is the orchestra on stage?
I think the orchestra is elevated behind her.
This is beautiful. Or that could just be a video of the orchestra.
I think that's a live orchestra.
Yeah, it's a live orchestra, but is it a video of them projected behind her?
I think they're there. They built like a set where they're like above her in the back.
Okay. It's really hard to run with a tuba is my only thing, because now they're going to have to go back down. I'm not sure. It's beautiful. She hit the notes. Good for her. That was beautiful.
That was a great performance.
And now we're seeing why she's probably going to be a 2-time Oscar winner at the age of 22.
Yeah. Also for Star-Lord, who are the nominees for visual effects? I honestly don't know.
Guardians of the Galaxy is in there. That's why I was asking the question about if you got a favorite over there.
Yeah, you got
visual effects creator, Godzilla -1, Guardians, Mission Impossible, and Napoleon. Sorry, Justine Trier's accent inspired me.
Michael Keaton is zipping his fly up. Oh, and David Alan Grier.
Give us a little bit of chaos. I like that.
Yeah, that was a genuine comedic moment, actually.
I can tell if it was scripted or...
No, I feel like...
That was good.
I think David Alan Grier didn't know he was supposed to be on camera.
Yeah. Or he thought it was the other or something.
Right.
He did, I'll be right back. All right. I'll be right back.
All right. I'll switch over to my camera for now. All right. So, Nat Murphy, some of the Oscar performances past and present must have been amazing to be live for. Oh, yeah. There's, I'm trying to think, that year when, was it Selma was nominated as one of the songs? They had that amazing performance on stage. It was very emotional. That was fantastic. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Ryan Gosling tackles I'm Just Ken tonight, because if they really do it up, it could be a brilliant performance and a lot of fun and entertaining. Star-Lord 7, Dune might win everything, actually. If it was nominated, yeah. I think next year there's a possibility, but Dune, because Dune was pushed back to this year, it wasn't nominated for anything from last year. So, but one of the conversations I had with Blake was, if Dune never got pushed back, I think it's possible we'd be seeing a different kind of race this year, with Oppenheimer and Dune being the most talked about movies, I think. Yeah, we're in a commercial break right now. So, what Blake and I were kind of talking about before is that when we were filling out our kind of predictions and our ballots, there has been a lot of consistency with a lot of people. And so far, I would say even outside of animated feature film, everything has been pretty much what people were saying or people were expecting to happen so far. So no big surprises, even though animated feature film was really 50-50 between Boy and the Heron and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. But I'm so happy that Miyazaki won that category. So Star-Lord, Oppenheimer is another big one. Yep. That's like when they had Robin Williams do Blame Canada for the South Park movie. I hope that Kenneth rises to that level. Absolutely. My hope is that he brings on Simu Liu on stage and they have their own battle like in the movie. I mean, that would be brilliant. That would be fantastic. Right now, they're showing a commercial for Shogun on Hulu. Is anyone watching that? I can't wait to watch it myself. I'm waiting for all the episodes to be available so that I could just binge it because it looks phenomenal. And, you know, I grew up with the original Shogun limited series on TV. So Nat Murphy, I love the recent season of Fargo. Oh, I heard a lot of good stuff about Fargo. Starlord, when will Hollywood make something new? When they see that there's no money in doing remakes and reboots. Oh, they're playing the Beetlejuice music. I love that. As Michael Keaton now takes the stage. With his co-star, Catherine O'Hara. I'm sure they'll talk about Beetlejuice too at one point. All right, makeup
Sorry, did
and
you say
hairstyle.
Shogun?
I
Did
mentioned
you get tickets
Shogun.
to the Shogun?
To these Shogun? The gun show?
I heard you in the back with the headphone. And
Let
all
me
right,
bring back.
this is a slightly contentious award.
Yes.
Maestro's the favorite. It's a little controversial. There was some controversy around it, and there's other ones that it wouldn't be shocking if it won.
Right.
This at least isn't a shoe-in.
The Oscars are on ABC, Starlord. Yeah. So I know you're in Louisiana, so I don't know what channel.
Poor
that is.
Things!
Wait, Poor Things won.
Woo!
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Most experts had Maestro, but I'm looking through. Some are looking at Poor Things. Somebody had Oppenheimer. I'm going to go to Vegas Insider.
But we both got it right. Makeup and hairstyling. Poor Things.
You put... damn, I thought I had that one on you too.
Nope.
That was I let my bias get the best of me, and it paid off. Hell yeah. Wait till you clean up on the shorts, though.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to happen.
Short films, I mean.
Yeah, so
Poor Things was a close second. It was very similar odds to animated.
Oh, is that right?
Boy and the Heron was not far behind Spider-Verse, and Poor Things was not far behind Maestro.
Got it.
They were both way ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, Poor Things winning makeup and hairstyling. Nat brings up a good point. Love some Danny Elfman during the Oscars. Can't believe he never won an Oscar.
I didn't realize that. That's interesting.
It's crazy, right?
He's one of the most prolific movie scorers of all time, movie composers.
Yeah. Very recognizable, too. Oh,
He's done over 100 film scores.
Over 100.
Okay, production. Yeah, production design is also an interesting one. Who did I put? I put Poor Things on this, but it's not a favorite.
Yeah, we both put Poor Things. I think the favorite
It's
is
actually
Barbie.
the favorite according to Vegas right now, but then Barbie's right behind it.
Yeah. I won't be surprised
So
if
either of
Barbie wins
those.
this.
Yeah. The fact that they recreated Los Alamos for Oppenheimer is pretty amazing.
It's Nolan. I don't expect any less.
And he's so big on practical effects too. It's not CGI'd.
Yep. Booyah! Let's go,
that
Poor
too.
Things. We both put it down.
Okay. I trust you.
Oh, I don't cheat.
What was it
I'm
that
not the
you
one.
did? Hair? What did you put for hair?
For hair,
Yeah.
I put Poor Things also.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. I don't go into other people's spreadsheets and start editing them while we're live on the air.
Who would do such a thing? Okay, this says a lot about Emma Stone's chances for actress. Not a ton, but the fact that they're winning these when it could have gone either way.
Right. That
movie definitely has more love than some people were thinking it might. It's not that Killers was expected to win production design. It was the least likely, but that Poor Things beat out Maestro, which was the favorite for makeup. It's promising for Poor Things' chances.
You got to thank Yorgos, of course, and Emily, producer also.
Emma?
Oh, yeah. She loved the script so much that she wanted to help produce the film.
Put some money on it. Bet on yourself. I love that.
Yeah. Jimmy Kimmel's hosting, and so far he's doing a good job. Like I expected him to.
He's a steady hand, but also it's been pretty funny and not so cringe the way we've seen before.
Yeah. Oh, please, someone do it. Is it going to be Guillermo?
Yeah, great call, man. It is.
Oh, it's Cena.
It's John Cena.
In jorts. Nice little back and forth between Cena and Jimmy Kimmel. Is he going to do it from there?
Jorts?
Oh my God. That is hilarious. Wow. Talk about ballsy. No pun intended. Right now, if you're not seeing this, John Cena basically is practically naked, walking on stage and going to be announcing costume design.
Which is a great joke because it's costumes. Yeah. And it's also a big envelope. Can we talk about that?
It's a massive envelope. That's pretty damn funny, actually.
We were talking about someone not wearing pants on the red carpet.
We were, yeah. Bringing back the whole Donald Duck.
Is butt naked on your bingo card? Or
no.
Streaker or any of that? No?
No.
Oh, okay.
I feel like if it was, that'd be like the number one. You'd instant win, I think, at that point.
Poor Things.
Poor Things.
Poor Things.
Costume design.
I didn't do a ton of research, but one thing I looked up was this person's career, and there's not much, which I loved about the person who did the score for Poor Things, that they got someone who was new to film scoring. And I feel like it's similar. They have some experience with costume design, but not nearly as much, which this category is famous for having people who've done it for years and years. But that's fitting too for Poor Things as a concept. Someone who's brand new, just like the main character.
And plus, it gives like it speaks to the movie because it's such a fresh take on just film. So it's nice that you see like a lot of people who've never done film before or just rarely done anything get recognized.
Poor Things was the second favorite behind Barbie here. So this is another upset, although it's not a major one. It's not shocking, but it was not the Vegas odds-on favorite.
So far, Barbie's 0, huh?
Yeah. I mean, the way it's looking now, Screenplay was a chance, didn't get that.
Yeah.
These were some other ones. What else is it likely to get? It might... original song.
Original song.
It might be a oneer. It might just get... If it gets 0, that's the kind of thing people would be writing about tomorrow.
Yeah.
How dare they snub Barbie, the most popular... That same Greta Gerwig and Margot Robbie narrative would be even louder tomorrow.
Right.
But yeah, it's not... It's a huge favorite for song, but nothing else that's left. Is it even close?
Yes, John Cena is a very brave man, but he has every right to be.
And he's a good comic actor.
Yeah.
I'm always surprised by how much I actually enjoy him in a comedy. But he's got good timing. That was well done.
Bad Bunny and The Rock hitting the stage next. There you go.
Two pro wrestlers.
Two pro wrestlers. Like, never thought I'd do this, huh? All right. So the last couple of categories, we were on the same page with those. Major wins for Poor Things.
I'm honestly glad to see that.
Yeah, that's 3 wins for them so far this evening.
There was a chance that could get blanked, and that would have been as someone that was both of our favorite movie from last year. That's one of those things that I'm not expecting Everything Everywhere year where we were just happy all night and just kept winning everything, even the big stuff. Mm-hmm. No one's expecting that for Poor Things, but if it was a favorite for 1 award, if I recall, and now it's won 3. Neither of those are huge upsets, but still, it's the opposite of that possibility where it definitely could have gotten blanked tonight.
Yeah.
Which I think happened off memory. Don't quote me on this, but off memory that happened with, was it The Favorite? There was another movie where it got nominated a bunch. Didn't win anything. There was something last year. I think. Maybe I'm thinking of Elvis. But it happens sometimes where a movie is very close in a lot of big categories and then gets not a.
I think Elvis was one of those from last year for sure.
Yeah.
Star-Lord, I totally agree. I think Cena is the funniest. He is really funny, and I love that he carved that niche for himself because he does a really good job there. Nat, the fact that an IP like Barbie can have just so many nominations is an unprecedented success. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely doing better than Battleship or Transformers. Even Toy Story. I'm trying to think of other toy franchises, which Toy Story isn't based on an actual toy, I don't think.
No, it's not. No. But it features...
It's the other way around.
It features well-known toys in it like that.
Right.
Yeah. Look, even if Barbie wins like 1 category, still, they won the box office last year. That movie was the best box office performer. So that in it alone is good for them. So
huge.
Nat Murphy also mentions G.I. Joe. Don't forget G.I. Joe.
G.I. Joe, right. Which best picture, best director.
Costume design.
It had a 5-way tie for best actor. Okay, I apologize. The favorite won best actress for Olivia Colman, but lost the other 8 it was nominated for. 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. That's a lot.
Favorite. That is another Yorgos Lanthimos film. So
9, yeah. It lost 9 Oscars, 1 for Olivia Colman.
yeah.
Even though it was the favorite.
Hey, hold on.
Finally get to bring that joke back 5 years later.
Blake doesn't hear the sound effects, but all you guys do.
What sound effects?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
What? Do you have a drum set back there? What do you?
No, I have a soundboard.
Oh yeah.
That I don't have, so you could do that by
Damn
yourself.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Star-Lord. G.I. Joe is like opposite Barbie for boys. Love it.
Wow.
That'll be the day when we get 1 year where it's all IPs that do really well. Like imagine there's like a really good G.I. Joe movie that's like drama.
Directed by Greta Gerwig.
Oh my god. Noah Baumbach wrote the script. Air horn explosion for the hearing impaired. I'm sorry if that came out really loud. My fault.
We're about to get the Killers of the Flower Moon original
Oh, it's
song.
Wazazi. This is great. This is what commercials were like back then. Are you talking about like the overly loud sound effect I played, or the performance? I hope it's not the performance, unless we're talking about the Don't Litter commercials. Like, do you remember those commercials from back in the day? The Don't Litter ones, where you see like.
I know what you're talking about, buddy. I'm just enjoying the song.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Just slow to respond.
Very nice. That was really, really nice.
Bad Bunny time.
What an interesting pairing.
It makes sense at the same time, no?
Yeah. Well, Bad Bunny did wrestle for a bit, so.
We're doing international film here.
I guess we're going international already, huh? Star-Lord, no, I mean like every commercial had boys in it screaming smash. I got it.
Also, getting two of the most popular people in the world, one in music, one in movies, is a good way to do this category, I think.
Well, it speaks well to the international crowd also, because internationally they're so popular also, I think.
Right.
Of interest. Nice. Yeah, Sandra Hüller kind of wins for this one because she was in that movie. So
No, the country wins.
no, I know,
what are you
but
talking about?
she's part of. Dude. Starlord, if I knew it was the Oscars tonight, I would have bought a drink. You still have time? Actually, I don't have a drink, but very nice. Nice.
Someone said they wanted a drink because it's Oscar night.
Yep.
Would you say that they want to pour things? Do you get it?
I got it. Yep, I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, Gosling and Blunt. Let's go. Jokes about Barbenheimer.
I'm actually looking forward to their movie coming out. Fall Guy. Oh, this. Are they doing tribute to stunt people without having a proper category? It looks like it.
Give me some John Wick time. Yeah, there it is. Okay, Everything Everywhere.
Oh, Triple R.
Yeah.
Is this a precursor to what's eventually to come of them actually announcing a future stunt category?
Tonight?
I don't know.
That'd be
It would be fantastic,
shocking
I think.
if they announce it tonight.
Yeah.
But it should be a category. Everyone knows it.
Oh, absolutely.
This is something that at least it makes sense to do a montage for.
Sure.
It's such compelling footage.
Yeah.
Which is why it would definitely make a good award.
Yeah. Because notice that they're paying tribute to like a lot of different stunts all throughout the years of movie making.
I was thinking you could even include dance in a way. If you're talking about choreography, there's a way to word that where like a musical could get in here. It doesn't just have to be action movies.
Right.
And like blocking is a huge part of movies, even if there's no, fight scenes involved.
Look at that craziness. Even the camera guy should be considered to be stunt guy.
Oh, and they're doing Fall Guy. That's why they're here.
Exactly.
Okay. And he played a stunt performer too in Drive.
Yep. Star-Lord.
I'm gonna look this up, but
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you need to. Oh,
my trivia question was, what are the 2 movies that Gosling's been nominated for? Oh, I forgot one of them. There's an obvious one here. I was wrong. I had said Drive and Place Beyond the Pines before. You want to give it a guess? Neither of mine.
No, I'm not going to be able to guess this now.
La La Land, of course.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
also 10 years before it was Half Nelson. So tonight's his third.
Half Nelson. Wow.
Hell of a drama.
Okay.
Yeah, he played a teacher who was an addict. And I remember seeing that in theaters. Tough watch, though.
Admittingly, I have to do more of a deep dive into Ryan Gosling's acting career because I have ignored a lot of his films, if I'm to be very honest.
I still think of him as like the Paul Newman of our times. He's really good at comedy, and he's flexing that muscle more lately. But he's good at drama. He's a favorite of mine, to where he's my favorite actor. And I at some point went through and tried to watch all the ones I'd missed. I think I have 2 to go, and they're the ones that I don't really want to watch.
Got it.
But yeah, compelling as hell. So I'll see his movies even if I'm not excited about them, and usually I'm pleasantly surprised. Fall Guy might be more in the lines of Gray Man, where not actually that good, but we'll see.
Hey,
I don't
man,
want to sell the movie short before it comes out, but Gray Man was not good.
No, Gray Man wasn't that great, but this one, at least, the chemistry between Blunt and him looks really good. So
True. Yeah. They're both people who can do comedy and drama really well on both.
And action, because we've seen Blunt do action multiple times. So, yeah.
Very true.
Beetlejuice said, I want some Beetlejuice. I mean, Star-Lord said that. I want some Beetlejuice. I just said it 3 times. Oops, I'm in trouble.
Oh, gosh.
It's showtime. Dun, 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 dun. Danny Elfman music. No real surprises really this night so far, right?
A couple second choices in Vegas, but both of them were close. So there's been a few of those. So ballots could be a little interesting.
Yeah.
How many have you lost so far? Just remind me. Can you say it out loud?
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't freak out like you do if I don't get things correct. I think for me, the only one that I got wrong so far is animated feature film.
I thought you had 2, but you're
right. And original screenplay. Those are the 2 that I got wrong so far.
If original, you put May December?
I did. Yeah.
Was that the one where I mocked you heavily because it was such a low favorite, or that was another one?
When don't you ever not mock me?
There was one where you chose the 5th most likely one. Was that it?
Hey, I was going on emotion, and I was going on the love that Sammy Birch has in this community. So, look, you said you go with emotional choices sometimes in your ballots. That was mine.
What'd you put for cinematography?
Cinematography, I put, let's see, where is it? I put Oppenheimer.
Okay. There was one of those. Maybe it was this one. No, I can't quite recall.
Oh, Barbie montage for Best Picture.
But have they been doing this song after that? Is this going to be Ken time or no?
Oh, do you think?
While he's up there?
I guess we
shall
see.
Don't bother sitting down, buddy. He goes, I'll do the song, but I'm only getting up one time.
Yeah. It's like, okay, allow me a little break. Star-Lord has settled for coffee. If you have some bourbon or whiskey, put a little dash in there.
Ridiculous.
Oh, they're starting to show over. Uh-oh. All right, who are they bringing up for this one? Oh, Samurai. Oh. Nice group of actors. Love this. I love seeing the height difference amongst everybody. That was nice. Yeah, so like how we got emotional when they did this last time, I'm expecting to get emotional again now.
You said you're going to make me cry. Stop.
Right.
Oh, they have some experience working together.
Oh, MCU.
This is sweet.
Yeah.
Wait, who's Rockwell in MCU?
Justin Hammer. He was in Iron Man 2.
I was thinking Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, but my memory might be off. No, my memory's off.
Nice. Outside
oh,
of
yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Okay, thank you. I just looked it up. You're right.
Outside of Chaplin, what else was Downey Jr. nominated for?
Looking it up. Tropic Thunder.
Oh, God, that's right.
He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's like, hey,
okay.
Whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's okay. Nat also bringing up
the longest discrepancy between the first nomination and oldest with his age.
Oh, is that right?
He was nominated at like 22 years old or something like that.
Nat mentioning that there was a Tropic Thunder quote Sam Rockwell dropped, the one talking about Downey Jr. Where has Christoph Waltz been? He hasn't acted that much in films lately, huh? Kind of one of those like rising and then kind of all right, we're kind of tired of you at the moment.
Or he's doing other stuff.
It's crazy to think of how long Mark Ruffalo has been in the industry now. I mean, way back.
All these guys, really.
Yeah. Yep, there we go. Robert Downey Jr. winning Best Supporting Actor. No big surprise again.
Wait a second. Everything Everywhere was last year?
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Oh, okay.
Isn't that crazy?
It came out 2 years ago. That's why my mind was just like, well, okay, yeah, wow. Congratulations to Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah. Aw. Nice little publicist dig. I love that. A very Robert Downey Jr.-esque speech right there. Very rock. Oh my God, we have Messi even clapping for him.
Ridiculous. That was a very RDJ speech.
Yeah.
Witty, cool,
Yep.
a little too breezy, a little too sharp, a little slick, but
Yeah.
still winning nonetheless.
Yeah. Nice little poke fun at himself, poke fun at the industry, you know.
His snark defined the comedy of the MCU.
Oh, yeah.
We look at like the way those jokes are told. It is basically, I know it's not, he didn't actually invent it, but it is such RDJ comedy and timing.
I mean, it's really, that's really him in the Tony Stark role. That's just, It was like tailor-made.
Yep.
Yeah. Star-Lord, dude, I swear Robert De Niro never smiles. He could have a frowning contest with a sad clown, mime, and win. He could mentally reprogram an AI robot with depression. Hey, but look at the lovely lady he was sitting next to. That's why he didn't care. He was like, you know what? Whatever. He'll give you that smirk, that kind of De Niro smirk. And that's it. He's good to go. I feel like when you get to a certain age and prestige, you don't really care anymore. You get like zero fucks giving. So Pacino is very much like that too. If you see him, he's just similar, like whatever, you know.
Even De Niro, when they flubbed his line, he just kind of just like, yeah.
He's like,
keep going.
He's like, whatever, dude.
I mean, I could be here. I could be anywhere. I've seen it all, buddy. We're good.
Yeah, he's like, I'm sitting down. You're up there. So this is really on you. What was the last award De Niro won?
I'm not pulling it off memory. I'm gonna look it up though.
Okay.
His last time to win?
Yeah.
1981 for Raging Bull.
Wow.
His only other win was Godfather Part 2 for supporting actor. His most recent noms were tonight Best Picture, The Irishman.
Right.
As a producer, though, not acting. Is that right? Yeah. Supporting actor for Silver Linings Playbook nominated. And then for Best Actor, Cape Fear and Awakenings, he was nominated for those as Best Actor. So he hasn't won an Oscar in 43 years.
That's nuts.
If we include tonight.
And this is for an actor that is consistently acting. Like, you know.
Yeah, is that what we call what he does?
Well, he shows up. He shows up on set.
Sometimes he acts, sometimes he doesn't as much.
He shows up on set. And maybe for him, that's enough. So, I mean, he keeps booking gigs. So that's all that matters. He looks.
I mean, we were talking about the movie Amsterdam earlier.
Yeah.
Had a lovely role in that. But
oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
He and Taylor Swift were nominated for that one.
Missed opportunity. That's a snub. For De Niro, not Taylor Swift. Is this Anthony Hopkins narrating this Citizen Watch commercial?
I don't think so. No.
Of course, as we're paying attention in the feed. Oh, it's Rolex. My bad. Star-Lord with the funny lines tonight. Oh my God, Cape Fear. He was smiling a lot and it terrified me. Well, he was a terrifying dude in that movie for sure. Did you not? Or did you? I think the jury's still out there.
They just did the reel for Anatomy of a Fall.
Oh my God. We are seeing a Twins reunion.
Wow.
We are seeing a reunion of the cast of Twins, Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito. He's a good neighbor.
Visual effects. Godzilla -1 is the favorite, but Creator is right behind it. It must have closed the gap since we checked before.
Oh, that's funny. Visual effects.
I want him to have an Oscar campaign. Get DeVito.
I mean, he's produced several films in the past, right?
Yeah, I want him to have one of those like serious, like a Brendan Fraser moment of like, we weren't taking you seriously, now we are.
That would be really nice to see, actually. Yeah. It's funny. I'm seeing this and seeing them making this. I saw the film like that. Remember, I told you at the.
Yeah, is it actually? It was. That's what
Yeah.
you meant.
Uh huh.
That's hilarious. I had a very different experience than you. About Mission Impossible with the effects. That's funny.
Yes.
Shout out Godzilla.
Godzilla -1 wins visual effects.
Godzilla
Nice.
+1, maybe?
Hell yeah. Oh, I'm so happy for them. I love if everyone has their own little Godzilla toy with them.
That's cute.
Oops, they're coming in to arrest Arnold Schwarzenegger right now because he said "son of a bitch" too much on TV. Starlet, is that a true story? That's pretty funny. He's saying that Danny DeVito got Arnold high once by spiking his cigar. That's hilarious. That's really funny. Oh no. Oh, see, this is why you gotta be careful because they're playing him out just as they were paying homage to a producer who passed away. See, that's when you gotta be careful with those moments. I get it, you want to speed things up, but oh, you're muted.
I'm not trying to be a punk, but you also have to figure out how to use your time up there too.
Yeah, but yeah, the guy was struggling with English also, so maybe they should have had someone else, you know, or translator to help out.
I'm not even trying to take that moment away. If that was just nervousness, you know what I mean?
It could be too. Yeah, that could be very much it too. Yeah.
Pretty sure everyone thinks that they would give some great speech and you could just go up there and start drooling and
Yeah, like,
not even realize it.
Yeah.
We've seen actors who like that's what they do for a living and they flub.
Yeah.
Sorry, what category is this?
This is film editing. Arnold just could not pronounce Yorgos Lanthimos' name.
Sorry, this is editing? Okay.
This is film editing.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Oppenheimer.
That was a weird. How did he say that? Was that as bad as Travolta with Idina Menzel?
Oh, I think it's pretty close. I think it's pretty similar.
Yeah.
I think Arnold has no idea what's happening at the moment. That was great. But the best moment was Arnold flubbing Yorgos Lanthimos' name. Yorgos Lentitimonos.
I need to rewatch that.
That's gonna get clipped out for sure.
For sure.
That's definitely gonna get clipped out. Oh, it never went away. John Baptiste.
Okay, this is where I'm going to use the bathroom. No,
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Yeah, so right now we're at a moment where they're doing another performance for original song. And it is John Baptiste for It Never Went Away from the movie American Symphony. Starlord, that is a funny story about Danny spiking Arnold's cigar. I think that is pretty damn hilarious. All right, let's update our tallies here as far as films with the most wins from the evening. Hold on, let me pull this up here. All right, so we got Oppenheimer with 4 wins. All right, 4 wins. Let's see, 1. It's Poor Things with 3 wins. 1 win for Oppenheimer so far. That's what it is. All right. Kevin Davis, thank you for chiming in, for watching. I wouldn't be shocked or surprised if Poor Things wins Best Picture. If Poor Things wins Best Picture, you'll see both Blake and I lose our minds. 1, because it's not who we chose for our ballots, but 2, because that was our favorite movie of last year. So I would totally love that. Starlord, yeah, he was trying to say his lines, but he couldn't. There has to be bloopers somewhere, like a behind the scenes reel of that, because that would be a classic moment to watch. I would love to see that. Starlord, do you usually watch the Oscars at all every year? Or it's just one of those things where it's like, it is what it is. Kevin Davis, Best Director, Christopher Nolan. Absolutely. I think that's pretty unanimous across the board with a lot of us. Shout out also to Nat, who was chiming in earlier. I don't know if Nat's still watching, but I hope you're enjoying the show so far. And I'm speaking about the Oscars, not necessarily broadcast. Starred, yeah, me and my brother. Nice. Yeah, this is in case you didn't know, this is the third year that Blake and I has done, well, actually second year in a row that Blake and I have done this Oscar reaction live commentary. I did one solo the year prior to last year because Blake actually got sick with COVID, so he couldn't join. So, oh, you're a
Do we have
twin.
a
Oh,
do we
that's
have a
interesting to
HR
know.
department? I'd like to complain about a HIPAA violation that was just made about me and my medical history.
I'm sorry, but it's been well documented, even on broadcast, on live, when you chimed in while I was watching the infamous slap heard across the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll deal with this off air.
Okay. we'll do that.
Can we talk about how people thought Maestro was a typical biopic, and it's definitely not? It is a pretty weird movie overall. He got creative with the genre at least.
Hold on. Time out. Are you
What's up?
making fun of what Carey Mulligan was saying?
I missed it. I don't know what she said.
No, when we talked about Maestro, I mentioned that Carey Mulligan was upset of people calling it a typical biopic because it's not.
No, I'm agreeing with her, honestly.
So you mocking her during our episode is just, that's not canon anymore.
I'm saying it's a pretty weird biopic. And that it kind of turns the genre on its head a little bit.
It does. It really does. Because to be honest, it could have been any conductor in that film. It's still a very strong and powerful dramatic story. That's right. He's going to be playing Joe Jackson.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, as he's getting past the drink. Oh, it's Guillermo. Coleman Flamingo. I love tequila. Oh, here comes Kate already doing her shtick. I can see it.
Here we go.
All right, we got documentary, short,
I'm
and
about to get my
feature.
first loss of the night.
We'll see. We'll see.
Both. Ridiculous.
Spielberg, out of a lot of people, especially directors, loves hamming it up to the camera, right?
He's a good sport.
Yeah. See? Look at that.
Very good.
He's so good. By the way, you know I didn't watch any of these when we were doing our ballots, so I made sure to watch them all this week. So
Yeah?
yeah.
What would you choose for your fave?
Honestly, I would still go with ABC's of book banning.
For your personal favorite?
Oh, personal favorite? Oh, no.
Yep.
99 Wipe-Hole.
Same. I know.
Yeah.
It's not even close. Whoa.
Oh, Last Repair
And you
Shop.
put ABCs?
I put ABC's.
Oof. Okay. So this is another one of those upsets, but it was close. So
Yeah.
Last Repair Shop was second place. Just like those Poor Things, couple of those Poor Things wins. Just like animated.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest upsets so far have been close seconds in Vegas and expert predictions.
Okay.
So
I love that
this is
she's
another one of
there,
those,
too.
ABC's was the fave.
She was so adorable in that documentary. All of the kids were actually really good. Yeah, Spielberg does have a great sense of humor. Yeah. New York used to be one of those states too.
I like that they're not doing the shorts together, but they're putting them with their buddy awards. So documentary and doc short, animated and animated short. I think that's pretty clever.
Yeah.
That helps those. You don't get bogged down as much.
Right.
I really enjoyed this one on Disney Plus. It's a tough story, but beautiful and life affirming. This one, sad, eternal memory.
Yeah. This one also sad.
Kill Tiger was a tough watch today. Four Daughters was my fave.
They were all
tough fucking watch.
They were all pretty tough, actually, in one way or another, right?
But they were also really good too. There wasn't any of those outliers of like, why was this here? I'm not mad if any of them. Yep, there we go.
20 days.
Good job.
Yep.
20 days in Mariupol. That's what you put, right?
Yep.
Oh wait, that's what I put too. Okay. I chose Four Daughters at some point, and then I moved it over.
On the air in the podcast, you have Four Daughters.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was after we recorded that I changed that one. I don't think I changed any others though. Wow.
Is this one of the guys that was part of the film crew?
Sounds like his voice.
Because it sounds like the guy narrating, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. We were quiet because the speech was very important.
He said he's the only director who would say he wished he never made this film.
Yeah. AKB Mobile in the house. So, what did my friend text me about John Cena?
That's so funny. Someone comes to our channel and be like, what the hell was that? I'm trying to find footage.
Well, good. AKB is a friend of the channel, and he is actually a good friend of mine. So if you didn't know yet, John Cena presented Best Costume category while he was basically butt naked on stage with just the envelope covering his hootsie watsies. Also, I should announce that we have bingo on one of our bingo cards here for the evening. Because basically...
What were the 5 wins?
The 5 wins. Well, the middle one, obviously, is the Give Me. Then you have Zone of Interest winning an Oscar, Anatomy of a Fall winning an Oscar, Best Writing, Original Screenplay, and Winner Pulls Out Speech.
Okay.
So there you go.
Congratulations. Bingo.
Bingo. Let's go.
It's a bingo.
It's a bingo. Star-Lord with the line. In reference to John Cena being naked on stage, it's fine though, because you can't see him. Get it? If you're a wrestling fan, you know exactly what that means.
I'm gonna come.
All right, we're at a commercial break right now. So, I mean, so far, again, I feel like I keep saying this every other commercial break. No real surprises, really. It's been pretty straightforward for the most part, maybe with the exception of documentary short subject. And again, animated feature film was very 50-50, so it could have gone either way.
I mean, even documentary short, Last Repair Shop was a close second. It was just like all the other ones so far, when it's technically an upset, but the odds had it Last Repair Shop as the number 2, and it wasn't by very much at all.
Got it. Okay.
Just like it, literally every single quote unquote upset so far has been that exact same way. So people's ballots will start getting a little more interesting when you lose one or two of those, but
Sure.
there's not many toss ups. And
Right.
so far those have gone, the toss ups have often gone to the second place choice so far.
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting.
Kevin Davis chiming in. I like Jimmy Kimmel. He a safe choice when come to hosting Oscars, not going to shake the table. Yeah. No, I mean, it's for someone who does a late night talk show aimed to a specific audience. This is basically the similar audience. So he's like the perfect guy for this.
Definitely. He's solid.
Yeah. Oh, cinematography. That's right. Hoyt van Hoytema. Hoyt van Hoytema. Ah. Just because I like his name. No, I'm just kidding. He's actually a very good cinematographer.
Wow.
Did he say silly?
That's what I heard.
That's right. How many times has he worked with Nolan? I feel like he's worked with Nolan multiple times and just Dunkirk, right?
Yeah, they just mentioned Dunkirk. Let's pull it up. Tenet, Oppenheimer, and Dunkirk, Interstellar.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, those four.
Live action short. I want to hear the reception when Wes Anderson names him. Not that strong.
If he doesn't win, this will be the biggest upset of the night so far.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
But the crowd doesn't sound too happy about it. He's not even there.
I literally said that.
Yep.
Before. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't show up. Wow. That was the shortest category by far. No intro.
It's like
in the short film. That's so funny. I bet they knew he wasn't there and that they would have to do that. So like, hey, how about this? That's fun.
Oh, and here we go. Fire inside.
Mm.
Becky G. Let's go.
Like when you eat Flamin' Hot Cheetos and there's a fire inside.
That's how I feel every time.
What a good metaphor.
Fire in my mouth. Star-Lord, what are the moments you're predicting, the memorable moments you're predicting for the rest of the evening? Becky G. Oh, look, they got kids on stage. See, they I guess the orchestra really is elevated. They're there permanently.
That's pretty interesting. I actually kind of like that. Visually, that's cool.
Yeah. See, now what would have made this performance even better is it actually had real fire on stage.
Or to have her in a Chester Cheeto costume.
Oh, that's a good one too. Or if she had the same costume like Katniss wore in that one movie, where she just burned it and then turned into something else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can't wait. John Mulaney coming up soon.
This is one of the movies I'm most excited about.
Oh, Challengers? Oh, yeah.
Movie trailers so far, which we usually get more of in the Oscars. Maybe as we go on, there'll be more.
Maybe.
Or actually, did they used to have a rule that they don't do trailers because it could bias the Academy? That must have changed, right?
That was something that they were debating for a long time. And I think it changed starting last year, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Oscars. I mean, you always expect things to happen every year, and you always expect them to put on a better show than the year prior. So far, the production tonight has been safe, nothing outrageous, but safe.
Pretty smooth.
Yeah.
Too. There's been a couple clunky speeches. Other than that, one flubbed line, nothing dramatic at all.
No.
Which is kind of better than something where it's just painful or cringy or too many. And this is a year where the assumption is with Oppenheimer and Barbie being so nominated, this might be a year where you get a lot more lay people watching.
Right.
It's been falling off. And so this might be a year where it actually spikes up a little. We'll see. I'm curious. But it's not a terrible move to have a solid, smoothly run production that moves fairly well in a year like this.
Yeah.
Where you might have a lot of people just tuning in, especially if you're a young woman, you never watched the Oscars before. You go, you know what, I'm actually interested. I want to see Billie Eilish. I want to see these people who I enjoyed their movie. Mm-hmm. You know, there'll be a lot of people went to the movies, if not for the first time, but in a way that they hadn't in years past, in a way where they're dressing up for it, and people who maybe didn't dress up for, you know, Avatar 2 or Harry Potter 7 or whatever. Some people who are really invested in some of these nominees, and we don't see it like that very often.
Yeah. But also, if you pay attention, they did add a lot of nice little creative touches to this year's show in kind of like the way they presented some of the categories. Like, I love the bringing back the past winners and then being more personal with each of the nominees.
Yeah, also, let's just talk for a second about part of the reason why there's 10 nominees and why they've made these different changes to the Oscars is because, yes, the Oscars so white movement. There's also the fact that Christopher Nolan put out The Dark Knight and it didn't get nominated,
right?
And taken seriously by the Oscars. And so they decided to focus more on movies that people had seen and allow for that possibility, as opposed to it just being Oscar-based, snobbier picks. There's some years where like you could look at the amount of people who saw the movies, and with some exceptions, it'd be very few. It'd be none of the movies are in the top 10. Now we have a year where Christopher Nolan, same director as Dark Knight, is going to be cleaning up awards.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Barbie and Oppenheimer as two of the top 3 vote getters. And that's I think that actually tells you a lot about the Oscars have made changes. And there are other changes we've talked about that they need to make. But it does tell you that they are capable of improving the quality of their show and better reflecting the taste of people. If they, maybe it won't happen every year, but they gave themselves a chance for a year like this, where some 2 really popular movies can get nominated in a bunch of categories.
Well, you remember
it's
they backtracked before when they attempted to introduce that. What was it? The popular vote, the
Oscar,
popular Oscar, whatever. Because that would have been a major disaster if they moved forward with that.
In a year like this, Oppenheimer might have been nominated for that and also won that award. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Barbie probably would have won that over Oppenheimer because Oppenheimer is getting so much other stuff. But it's nice that they did it without having to make a tokeny little, hey, you won a bunch of money at the box office and we liked you.
Right.
Ridiculous. Great joke about Wes Anderson.
Star-Lord, winning is nice, but they are really competing for a memorable moment. Not all of them, but I could see that. Pairing up iconic characters is always a nice touch. Yeah, for sure. Like a twins moment was actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
I learned that in Babylon.
I like John Mulaney. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Great joke.
Yes. I love how he's going on this rant about Field of Dreams.
Incredible joke writing from
There you
Mulaney.
go.
No surprise.
Probably one of the best presenters so far. In a way, I kind of feel bad for this movie, the creator, because it's visually, it's just so gorgeous to look at. It's just the story was kind of bland.
Yeah, the writing wasn't there, but the visuals definitely were.
Yeah.
That's what we're on right now, visual effects, right?
No, this is sound.
Sorry, sound. Yeah, Maestro wouldn't be there.
Imagine visual effects.
The way he moved that wand was very convincing. That's an upset.
There we go.
That's exciting. Okay. It's not the biggest upset. That was the next choice, but I think it's the biggest upset so far.
Wow. But you know what? Well deserved. I have to say, well deserved. That was one of the things we talked about when we were discussing the movie. Just how they utilized the negative sound so well.
And it's so important to the story.
Yeah.
And Zone of Interest wins international now. It wins sound. When sound is so crucial to your movie, it kind of makes sense to take it seriously. It was Oppenheimer was a top choice. Zone of Interest, actually, I thought it was a bigger upset. It's the exact same as those other ones where it's just second by not much at all.
Right.
But that gap was larger before. That's closed. And for a while, it was Maestro. Often the music movie gets more love in this category, but that's fallen away this year, at least for Zone of Interest.
Awesome. Oh, this is Star-Lord with something for you there, Blake. Has anyone ever told you that you resemble William Zabka? Do you know who that is?
Should I Google it, or is this going to get me in trouble?
No. It's he's an actor. He's the guy who plays Johnny Lawrence in the Karate Kid movies.
Okay. Is this? Yeah. Okay. I have a friend who calls me Cobra Kai, and
there you go.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I really hope it's that friend under a pseudonym. If it's not, then I hope that friend never hears this. So they'll never let me hear the end of it.
I can see it, though.
That's hilarious.
I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's stop now because this could become a thing. You called me Balake forever just because of one Key and Peele skit.
And that's because of one other person. We didn't come up with that.
Oh, here we go. Is it time?
Is it I'm Just Ken? Oh, he's starting from the audience. I love it already. Look at Billie Eilish. She's trying so hard not to laugh.
Mark Ronson's there.
Yeah.
The pink gloves, man.
Oh, man. It looks so good. Oh, it's kind of a play on the Marilyn Monroe thing. Right? Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
Smart. I didn't catch that. Yeah.
There he is! Simu Liu! Yes!
They're doing it. Okay, so they're doing a super sincere version of it. I love this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice. There's the rock breakdown. Oh my god, this is so
How are
good.
we doing the dream sequence? Yes.
This is so good.
Wow, they're doing some Busby Berkeley level choreography from above. Brilliant. Okay, this is actually well made. I was worried they're phoning it in. They are not.
Oh, Slash. Wow.
Brilliant. Also, my video is fuzzy, so I'm not even trying to... Is that Kingsley Benedict?
Yes,
Kingsley?
yes, he's there too,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool, thank you. I actually can't see it. I can't wait to watch this clip later. Flashlights now.
Nice. Sharing the love with the females.
We'll do karaoke, screen smart.
Yeah, that's so smart. Even the cameraman.
He's hitting the notes.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. I know he can sing. He has an album of indie rock from some years ago, but he really hit some tough notes just now. We've seen good singers have a hard time on a big stage like that. That was great.
That was amazing.
They did the damn thing.
That was amazing. They
did what they needed to do.
That's one of the moments of the evening.
For sure.
Yeah. Wow. That's just so good. And to think at one point he didn't want to do this. And then I forgot what it was, like what convinced him to do it. And he said, if he's going to do it, he wants to go all in on it. So
he sure did.
Yeah. That's awesome. Very well done. How's your audio and video right now? Is everything okay?
My audio is great, yeah.
Yeah, the video is still choppy.
Same, yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully everyone watching out there is not experiencing any issues anymore, unlike earlier with the sound. If so, let us know, please. What's this commercial?
This is sad.
Oh, man. Nerd wallet. All right. Which categories do we have left? I feel like we've seen a lot of show, but we haven't made a lot of headway in categories.
I feel like we're at 2.5 hours. They started 5 minutes later, so.
That's true.
I meant to mark it off as I go. We've gotten all the shorts, yeah. We've gotten the screenplays. Let's actually figure out let's list off what we haven't seen yet. So we haven't seen either actor, actress, director, or picture. What else?
Directing, original song.
Okay, original song. We haven't seen them give that away. Now that they've done the songs,
yeah, maybe now.
Yeah, we saw all the songs. Yeah, that's normal.
The original score.
Score they haven't done, so that's 6. Have they done? Yeah, they did film editing and cinematography, right?
Yep.
Okay, international they did.
Mm-hmm.
Makeup and hair?
They did also, yeah.
Really? Wow. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I was getting that mixed up with costume. Okay. I'm guessing they'll do score and song together too. We'll see though.
That's what I'm expecting too. Yeah.
Production design they did. Yep. Short film they did.
Yep.
Short live action sound they did.
Yep.
So we've got 6 left. It's the 6 biggie. Yeah. Oh, 7 if you get best picture, right? Actor, director, song, score, picture, and makeup, right?
No, makeup they did already.
Damn it. Sorry. 6 then, I guess. Something like that. Okay.
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
We might get done on time. That'd be weird.
That'll be a rarity.
I'm sure we won't. Every time I think that, I'm like, oh, wait, there's 3. We have an in memoriam probably.
Yeah.
Unless they axed it. But we're in pretty good shape on timing.
That'll be nuts.
Especially with a late start.
Yeah, that'll be nuts if they end exactly on time.
One of my pools I did another bracket pool, and the tiebreaker was how long will it be? I put 3 hours, 21 minutes. I'll be way off if they're...
Okay. I did one similar too, and I said 3 hours, 19. So I feel like you and I were kind of thinking like along the same lines.
Yeah. And honestly, knowing them, that wouldn't be that crazy either.
No.
If they just kept it going.
Yeah. Especially once we get into like the big acting categories, those speeches are going to run a little long, probably.
Well, and they're doing the intros for each person, which means they won't just be doing a quick clip. So that could take longer, walk times, all that. We'll see. More commercials near the end, maybe. Wow. Mom joke toward Bradley Cooper.
There you go.
Nice. 2-time nominee. Wow.
I know. Crazy, right?
And how many does Ariana Grande have, huh? Let me ask you that. Ariana just dropped an album, right?
She did,
good promo for her.
And they got Wicked coming out, so...
Oh, right. One acting and one first song for Stand Up for Cynthia Erivo. Wow.
I'm sorry, but I think Ariana Grande looks like an elf.
Sorry,
yeah, I know. Well, that's why I said they're in Wicked coming up.
And Michelle Yeoh's going to be here, right? For
actress, yeah.
Maybe they'll have her join for the original song.
Legacy nomination. That's right. I said it.
R.I.P. If Oppenheimer doesn't win Ludwig Göransson, this would be the biggest upset for sure. Not even close. These numbers are so stacked in its favor.
Oh, there it is. Wow, what a record so far. 3 noms, 2 wins. And he's still young, too.
Sorry, 3 total nominations, 2 total wins, or...
Yeah. 3 noms.
5 total nominations. Okay.
Yeah, 3 noms, 2 wins.
So, what, Black Panther he won? Is that right?
I think so, yeah. There it is. Yep.
Incredible. No surprise, but Billie Eilish just won her second Oscar at 22.
It's insane how, just a powerhouse she is. At her age, too. It's crazy.
And Diane Warren's sitting there like, fuck you.
Yeah, like
50 nominations over 50-something
damn
years, something.
Oh, Nat. Yeah, absolutely. 2 noms, 2 wins for Billie Eilish.
Do you know what the red buttons are for? I can't really see it that well.
That's a good question. I don't know. I can't see it either.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. It's it looks like, at least for me, my screen's blurry, but Ruffalo handed out buttons representing the Free Palestine movement.
Ah, okay. Well, they are protests.
It's a pin calling for a ceasefire, rather. Maybe I
got it.
Yeah, it's a ceasefire.
Amazing.
Was Ronson just wearing a pajama suit?
Let's get serious.
They gave Angela Bassett a lifetime? Is that what they said? After she lost supporting last year to Jamie Lee?
So. Yeah. You know, I tried watching. So you know how they also have like the technical awards, you know, where it's like it's more like sciences and all that stuff like that. Yeah. I tried watching that, couldn't get through more than 10 minutes of it.
It's a much headier, less spectacular show.
Yeah.
Where they just have it online somewhere? Was it broadcast?
They had it on YouTube. Yeah, they broadcasted it live on YouTube.
It was live though? Interesting.
Yeah, they had a Natasha Lyonne host. And she was trying her best to kind of like entertain the crowd and all that, but it was painful to watch.
It's tough.
Yeah.
When was that?
I want to say like 2 weeks ago, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Usually they'll show or often they'll show like little video clips from it, some highlights.
Right.
Something. But I've never actually watched the whole thing before. I can't imagine.
Yeah. I just happened to be like, it was there on my feed as it was live. So I was like, all right, let me check what this is about. And like 10 minutes later, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm like, move on.
Got stuff to do. Yeah. So we're at 4 awards left, right?
I think so.
Actor, picture. I'm missing one again. I keep doing this.
So we got.
Director. Yeah.
Director.
So we're at the biggies left, right?
The major ones. We still haven't gotten the in memoriam yet, which we might get still.
There's also been talk in years past of
to get rid of
cutting it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a tough look. If anything goes wrong, it's pretty fucking bad. But I also wouldn't be shocked if we come right back and in a minute we could see it.
Right.
But I feel like it's usually earlier than this in the show. Could be wrong.
I don't know. Star-Lord. I'm glad Catherine O'Hara's back now. I have hope for Beetlejuice 2. We got an OG in the house. Nat Murphy, when will she be an EGOT member? Waiting for her Broadway show. It's going to come. Watch. Billie Eilish. I could totally see her like writing for some sort of Broadway show later on.
I want to guarantee you right now that they're going to turn Barbie into a Broadway musical. Can't say for sure. I'd be shocked if that didn't happen in 10 years. That is one of the most, now that I think about it, one of the most ripe things for when they do it with like Aladdin, Lion King. The fact they did it with Mean Girls and Bring It On.
Yeah.
Barbie is begging for a Broadway adaptation if they haven't already made that.
Yeah.
I'm sure someone's brought it up in a meeting.
I could totally see it happening too. It's like, you're right. It's just aesthetically and just there's so much you can do with something like that.
The music's already there.
As a musical. Yeah.
A lot of times they'll take a real, like a serious, like Bring It On, that's not a musical, or even Mean Girls, and then they'll make it into one. Color
Yeah.
Purple is an example from this past year, which has is in the award show tonight.
Yeah. So it's gonna happen. It's definitely gonna happen. Nat Murphy, as a composer, I missed the score medley performance by the orchestra that used to happen. Nat, I didn't know you're a composer.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, those were actually nice moments too. Like when they did like the medley of all like the scores. I remember when they used to do that. That was really nice. Oz Green in the house. What's going on, my man? Any more half naked men show up? No. I think John Cena, one is enough. He represents all of them.
Speaking of side bets, no mentions of Matt Damon so far, right? He's not
None.
in the audience.
Zero.
No Oppenheimer Matt Damon joke.
Yeah, zero.
Oh shit! This is the in memoriam.
You're gonna.
Fuck.
Oh,
This
because
is a rough one to
Navalny.
watch.
You're right. Oh man.
Here, I'm gonna be quiet during this part.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right, we got the in memoriam showing up now, so we'll be quiet for a minute. Hmm. Oh yeah, Cheetah Rivera. Oh, Pee Wee. Hmm. It's kind of crazy seeing some of the names pop up. Still can't believe some of them. Okay, I saw what they did there at the end. I don't know if I'm a fan of that. Basically, the names that popped up are the ones that they didn't have like little video segments of. Because I looked very closely at it, Sinead O'Connor did pop up in that little
Uh,
scramble of names in there.
They do put the link to watch online, which I would actually recommend. I've done it before, and it's a fuller experience.
Yeah.
I'm wondering about with this song in the background and how they do that. If they just do a recorded version or what.
Yeah.
But it's a tough thing to get right. It's one of those things that honestly, if I'm them, I might say don't do it because getting it wrong is so bad.
Right.
And there's also been years where people cheer for the more popular people, and it's this really awkward contest.
Yeah.
If you miss anybody or if you have someone who's problematic, but maybe they get included anyway because they're so prominent, and there's too many tough decisions and potential for it to be a painful moment rather than a celebratory one.
Right.
That song, I think, was a good choice.
Definitely a good choice. Yeah. But it's one of those
Having
segments.
Dancers and singers live. How do we feel about that personally?
I think there's a grace to it. You know, there's kind of like a nice grace to it all. So I didn't mind it.
Subtle enough. Yeah. If they'd been wearing bright colors or if it'd been more va-va-voom, attention getting that probably would have been awkward.
Yeah.
It didn't seem too cringy in that way.
Yeah.
But I mean, also feel like it's almost better to play it safe and just have strings or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
that segment, it's one of those segments where it's like it's you can't win either way. It's like you need to have something like that because you are still paying homage to these people in the industry. But you're right. And one small mistake and it could ruin the entire thing. But
to be cynical too, and I know that in the most generous reading of it, it's a genuine moment where they're trying to be celebratory. Growing up, I remember watching the Oscars as a kid, and that was a moment where my whole family would be enraptured by the screen. Yeah. And I wonder if they got rid of it. I don't know that audience numbers would necessarily go down, but it is something that there's kind of someone in there for everybody. And everybody is going to have a moment with at least one or more of those people on the screen. And it's effective.
Yeah.
It's evocative, right? That is a cynical reading, but if their goal is to stay on TV and have viewers and be a successful award show, it's a powerful moment. It's capable of being a very winning moment, or at least a beautiful moment, an effective one. It's pretty high risk though. So I feel like this year's, it didn't, unless I'm missing something, it didn't seem too painful, but it's tough. Who do you not show? Because there's so many people in Hollywood who've done at least one song or one background, or do you do the guy who holds the camera, etc. Still, so far, I feel like the narrative is there's not too much to get mad about this year's Oscars.
Yeah. Nat Murphy, great song in memory. Star-Lord. It's nothing new. Chris Rock was naked once because he got the clothes slapped off of him. Star-Lord John Cena wasn't there for that SmackDown event. Nat Murphy loved the song, but not how they put it together. Just would have done an orchestral version of the song. Okay.
Same.
I could understand that. Yeah, for sure. And then
after time, who we got?
Star-Lord 7. So it's about actors that passed away this year. No, they included like pretty much everybody. Producers, executive people, all that. Oh, we got Nick Cage. Hell yeah, baby. Nicolas Cage. Let's do it.
This year's nominees for most acting.
This category is so crazy.
They have a moment where the actor on stage talks directly to the acting audience. That's another distinction too.
Yeah.
They'll often describe the performance or something, but that's special.
Yeah. That's it.
Great moment from Nick Cage.
That's it. They're both going to go hang out at In-N-Out later.
I love that Nick Cage is aware of his legacy.
I feel like Bradley and McConaughey are almost like the same personality type in a way, right?
In ways. I also could have seen him doing Cillian Murphy because they've worked together with Nolan before, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I guess
Sir Ben
Cillian
Kingsley
wasn't in Interstellar. Here we go.
Ghost Dog. I like what they're doing here. I really do.
Same.
Boom. There it is. Cillian Murphy. Very well deserved. That's awesome. For someone who's spent most of his career as a secondary or tertiary type of character, for him to finally have a leading role like this and win.
Yeah, I mean, 28 days later, 28 days, there's going to be very few where he's even on the poster, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
That's
he was
cool.
like an unknown at that time when 28 Days Later came out.
Yeah. Mr. Peaky Blinders, which reminds me I need to watch it.
Same. That's been in my queue forever. Nice.
Well done. And all the other nominees. It was a really good group of nominees.
Oh, yeah.
Bradley Cooper had said something at some point that was somewhat controversial, but they're all standing up and applauding, and they seem genuinely happy for him.
Yeah. Nat, you said exactly what I was thinking. A proud Irishman, lock up your whiskey. That's right. Someone's going to go get drunk tonight. Star-Lord, I saw your quote there. I love it. The McConaughey quote. And you have nothing to apologize about.
We're doing director before actress. Yeah?
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah.
Interesting. It also, if people just know Oppenheimer's going to win picture, it makes it to where doing director and picture at the end doesn't happen. You get people staying on because actress is the most competitive one of the above the line awards.
There he is. Finally gets his Oscar.
First win. God.
With so many bangers in his filmography. Unbelievable.
So many. And even ones that weren't received as well at the time or were mixed have aged really well.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of those same people came around on them.
Like with me and Interstellar. Like when I first saw it, I thought it was...
I've heard that from so many people, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Watch it now. I'm gutted now when I watch it.
Yep.
Also, this is a nice little dig at Warner Brothers because remember,
I was gonna say,
yeah.
I hope he says something. First off, fuck Barbie. First off, Oppenheimer's for the kids.
Very well done. Well done.
Well, thanks to Oppenheimer's invention, we might not have many more years of movies left, but that was a beautifully put by Christopher Nolan.
Right. Now look at the two iconic directors now walking side by side, past and present. Would you say Nolan is the Spielberg of today?
We had said that about someone else recently too. There's a few. His legacy is long, of course.
Yeah.
But he's up there, and he's also got a lot in common with Hitchcock or a Kubrick, someone who's a little less blockbustery than Spielberg, but
right.
Still, they're both people who are good at making successful and well-made, well-directed works of art.
Yeah, for sure. Nat Murphy, Interstellar is now my favorite of his films. Same here. Blake and I had a nice conversation about this before in the past, where after I saw Interstellar again, it changed my mind on the whole Nolan filmography. And right now it's Interstellar and then Oppenheimer after that. Also, Nat Murphy says, Nolan, one of those few directors that I love to see what he does next each time. Totally agreed. Absolutely.
100%. He's one of those directors that sells seats. And
yeah,
Lanthimos has that, not to the same degree of dollars, but Denis Villeneuve, who just put out Dune 2, but he's had that for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
In his own way. Wes Anderson, Renee and I have had this conversation before too about which directors are actually selling seats where you're following their career.
Yeah.
Not just, oh, they made a movie, maybe I'll go see this one, maybe I won't, but okay, I'm gonna go out of my way to, and the director's name is on the poster and putting in the trailer, putting butts in seats. Nolan is maybe the number one guy at that right now.
Absolutely.
There's not many more. Like Scorsese and Spielberg have that and have had that for a long time.
Yeah.
Gerwig is there now, but there's not many, especially that are. It's not just like for indie fans or film nerds. Like a Noah Baumbach type, and Lanthimos to a degree has that reputation for sure. But that actually get a random person who only goes to a few movies a year, sees the name and goes, "Ooh, I should see that. I like him." That's rare.
Yeah. No, definitely, for sure. We need to get some women more up there outside of Gerwig. Let's get some more women directors.
Did you see what Celine Song's next, who should have been nominated for director? I'm going to say it again. What her next movie is.
I agree with you. No, what's her next movie?
I'm excited. Another Lover Left Behind, should I be with this guy or that guy vibe. But it stars, you ready? And now this is from Letterboxd. So for all I know, this is a work in progress. It's not finished, but I'm going off memory here. The number one name is, it's got Dakota Johnson, Pedro Pascal, and now the third name I'm losing. Chris Evans.
Ooh. Fascinating.
Setting against a vibrant backdrop of New York City, a high-end matchmaker gets involved with a wealthy man but still harbors feelings for the broke actor waiter she left behind.
Huh.
I really hope that happens.
Okay.
And
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick before this, Nat Murphy. Kubrick is a good comparison to Nolan. When do we get a Nolan comedy a la Dr. Strangelove? Ooh, I would love to see that.
He's not good at that stuff, though, but it'd be fun. I'd love to see it. What's this funniest movie? I'm going through them. I'm like, nope. Like Prestige. Is that it?
It's close enough.
I just went through it. Yeah, nah. So far, neither of these people have directly referenced the nominee, which I miss that right now. That made these more emotional.
Yeah.
Okay, now Jennifer Lawrence is directly speaking to Lily Gladstone.
Yeah.
You put Lily, right?
I did, yes. Yeah. Just fade on away.
That is not Faye Dunaway.
That's not. Who is that?
Jessica Lange. Gosh, that took
Oh,
forever.
Jessica
Okay.
Lange.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh, thanks, Nat. Oh, wow.
Wow. Emma
Wow.
Stone just won her second Oscar. We were saying it earlier when Poor Things was winning some of those below the line awards that it has love, and maybe more than we'd realized. A lot of those, it was the second
Wow.
favorite, including this one where Lily Gladstone was the favorite, but Emma Stone was right behind her.
Yeah.
I cynically chose Emma Stone just because I didn't trust Hollywood to give it to Lily Gladstone. And is that the reason? I don't know, but... Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's a hell of a speech. Everyone immediately looks at the back of her dress.
Yeah, of course.
That was a speech, man.
Yeah, it was heartfelt. It was genuine. Because I honestly I feel like she wasn't expecting to win tonight.
I feel like she was bothered, honestly. And I think she knows the optics of her versus Lily Gladstone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And part of in the way she talked about it with what she talked about with the Yorgos recently.
Yeah.
Made me think almost like she was worried about winning.
Well, it's also like she faced a similar situation with La La Land too, remember?
Yeah. We're at 3 hours and 18 minutes.
Is that what he's going to try to do? Is he doing his own bit where he's reading bad tweets?
That's what I was thinking. Tell me it was Matt Damon who tweeted this.
Oh, there you go. Bazing. That's right. They're actually on time, which is nuts.
Well, they said 3 hours. They gave it an extra 30 minutes in case, and here we are at 3 hours, 20 minutes. If you go from when they started, you might
7:05.
actually be right with your 3:19. I think it was 7:07, but maybe I'm off. Something like that.
Oh, you got Pacino. Hoo-ha, motherfuckers. All right. Real quick, Nat Murphy. When will the Oscars have Neil Breen on to line things up? Dude, I would love to see Neil Breen up on here. The banter with the robots in Interstellar was funny, I thought. Tar's humor setting from Star-Lord. Star-Lord's Cena was about 100. Hell yeah. Nat Murphy. Wow, I thought this was Lily's. Guess it's better to be just a stone rather than a glad one. Sorry, that was bad.
Great joke. No, it's great. Thank you.
We'll give you props for that one. We'll give you props for that one. Star-Lord saying, I've been sick all week and still under weather. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope you're feeling better. Or getting there.
Moonlight.
Please read the wrong thing. Past things.
Super Mario Bros. What a weird way to read an envelope.
Wow.
Dude.
Are you serious? That's how he's going to announce it?
Count on Al Pacino to read something in a weird way.
Oh, my God.
Find a new way to say words. And I see the word Oppenheimer.
I see Oppenheimer. Is it true?
I didn't even read off the nominations because they've been doing it all night, but damn, bro.
Oh, man. Okay. Wow.
Did every nominated film get another nominee somewhere? I know that they did the nominations throughout the night, but I think that, yeah, they had to have. Barbie, yeah, they did. And only one didn't get screenplay, which is also pretty incredible, which was May December. Didn't get
Here we go.
picture.
Here we go.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, I wasn't even pointing that out. I'm sorry. I'm actually just looking at these. It was May December instead of Killers because Killers was adapted.
Killers didn't get anything tonight.
0. Wow, you're right.
This is kind of...
Barbie only got original song, right?
That's it, yeah.
It's nice that Nolan gets to split this speech giving with his wife.
I was just about to say that. It's kind of poetic because since this is an award for producers, it's his wife that's one of them. So I think that's
and they've both been doing it all together too. Whereas there's sometimes where like the producers and the directors don't have a good relationship or it's just business or something. This one,
right.
She's been invested in his whole career. So Past Lives blanked, Nyad blanked. Barbie won one award. Killers blanked. Maestro blanked, right?
Yep.
Or did he get make?
Nope.
Yeah, you're right. Poor Things got makeup, right?
Yes.
Wow. Holdovers. Blanked, right?
Blanked.
Screenplay and Giamatti were its best chances, which weren't great. Editing too. Some people had it in editing. Name of Fall got screenplay.
I still can't believe that the way Pacino did the announcement. That was just so underwhelming.
Shock, yeah. Yep. Pretty anticlimactic. Okay. So Oppenheimer gets the most, right?
Oh, wait. Holdovers did win Best Supporting Actress, not pointed out.
Thank you, my bad. Yep, good call. Yeah. Was that someone in the comments or that was you?
That was Nat from the comment. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nat. My bad. Yep. That was so long ago.
It feels like that was like yesterday.
The first one, right? Yeah, yeah. That was the first one. It almost was yesterday. We're nearing 11 p.m. out here.
I love seeing Josh Hartnett on stage. Yes. I love seeing that. Of course, you have Florence Pugh up there too. Because he's anti-phone. Kind of a weird finish.
Definitely. I mean, we're not surprised that it ended without much excitement when we knew who was going to win director, picture.
Oh, Matt Damon.
Actress.
There's your Matt Damon reference.
With the dog. There it is. Thank you.
With Messi.
Hilarious.
There you go. The Matt Damon joke of the evening. Snuck it in there right at the end. Well, there you have it, folks. That is the 96th Oscars ending in such weird, I don't know, nonchalant, kind of underwhelming fanfare.
Shout out Al Pacino, a legend. He's like, I'll just read it however I want.
He's like,
he just had a moment to himself up there. Oh, wait, we're on TV?
Yeah.
I guess this envelope, it says, let's see. Here we go. Reading out loud.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not getting paid by the hour on this thing, so let's just go. That was very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. But yeah, that's it. So let's just quickly recap everything as we normally do. Again, nothing too crazy surprising here. First of all, I want to thank all of you for watching, staying up with us during this broadcast. If you're going to plan to leave now, then we understand. But just real quick,
I'm doing some math over here with these totals, but
okay. Nat Murphy, Matt Damon joke at the end. He loved it.
That was good.
See. Okay show, not great, but a few nice performances. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think overall, when you talk about the tone of the show and the program and the evening, it was very safe. Very just like, hey, we had a rough year last year. Let's just make this a simple celebration for everything, right? Jimmy Kimmel hosting, I think, is the perfect host for something like this, especially for the audience watching. Very safe, not very cringe, not a lot of cringe-worthy moments and all that. There were some laughs in there. I think they did some creative choices in this show that I liked. Like we kept talking about the introduction of the acting categories and how they made it very personal to the performer, which I thought was really good. Star-Lord saying, I am so editing some of the Oscar moments. It's on my meme list. Yeah, for those don't know, Star-Lord is an editor. He does stuff on YouTube too. So we have an editor and a composer in the chat tonight. So maybe you guys should hook up and do something brilliant together. But I think when it comes to the results, for me,
You ready for some trivia?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. How many did Oppenheimer win?
Oppenheimer won. Do you want me to count or you're...
No, I'm asking you.
Just
and you can play along at home if you're watching along with us.
I think Oppenheimer won 7.
Precise.
Yeah.
What was next?
Next was Poor Things.
With
5.
4.
4. Okay.
And then the only one other movie won more than one award, which was... I know. There's a lot that could have, and we talked about these movies for so long. Only one other movie won more than one. It's
not Anatomy, right?
No, that only got screenplay. Both of the screenplay winners only got one award, which is pretty normal for that category. It's you give it to the unique movie that isn't going to win much else. That's historically often how that goes.
Zone of Interest.
Not every year. 2 with sound and international. Barbie won for original song. Holdovers won for supporting actress.
Right.
Anatomy of a Fall won for screenplay. American Fiction won for screenplay. Boy and the Heron won for animated. Spider-Verse thus blanked.
Yeah.
Godzilla got one. That was a fun one.
That was
speech didn't go so well.
Feel bad for him.
Time and speech reading it. Time, nervousness, language barrier, everything like that. And there's, I think, 3 people who could have spoken and they get played off, and that's rough.
Especially when they're paying homage to someone who passed away, who they worked with for this film. So kind of rough moment.
Yeah, definitely. But overall, for that movie, that's awesome. Nonetheless,
so
you don't
happy.
take that away. No. That was an awesome moment. You and I were both excited and rooting for that movie and chose that in our ballot. So that was cool. 20 Days in Mariupol wins for documentary. And then the short films, of course, they only won one. Last Repair Shop, War is Over, and Wes Anderson's first ever Oscar for The Wonderful World of Henry Sugar. That, if I'm adding it up correctly, unless I missed something, that's everything.
Yeah.
So there was a world where Oppenheimer, I heard people saying 9, and there's a couple there. It could have swung the other way. That would have been even worse. There's a world where Poor Things got blanked, where Barbie got blanked.
Sure.
Zone of Interest could have gotten 1. It was a shoo-in for a national, basically.
Yeah.
A few of these really could have gone multiple ways. Killers, nothing. If Lily Gladstone had won, that was their best chance at it. And that was kind of how they played their cards, too. That was where they put their campaigning, and even Leo just constantly making it all about Lily Gladstone and her performance.
Right.
So there's a lot of movies that were really good. A lot of people have said, and I agree, this is one of the best slates we've had. If you look at the 10 nominees for Best Pictures, there isn't a dud in there.
No.
And yet, at the end of the day, it was really the haves and have-nots with these, who's taken home awards with Oppenheimer. No surprise, cleaning up tonight.
Yeah, but it's interesting too, because with a massive slate of great film that came out last year, it was very low key, like under the radar for most of the time. Because if it wasn't Oppenheimer or Barbie, not a lot of people were talking about anything else. Maybe Killers of the Flower Moon a little bit. Past Lives was earlier in the year, and it lost a lot of momentum as the year went. Poor Things was tail end of the year going into this year, because I think more and more people had chances to see it.
Boy and the Heron and Godzilla were both, October, November, but they were both box office surprises. Yeah. Not necessarily Barbenheimer level, of course, but both of those hit number 1 at some point or something like that.
Yeah.
If Godzilla didn't hit number 1, it was just it was just way more successful than we thought it would be. Holdovers, not as much for film nerds. They poo-pooed it a little bit, but that movie's done very well. Kind of like The Whale last year, or The Menu, where it's an indie movie that actually people are going word of mouthing it into success.
It touches it touches a specific generation, because I'm noticing a lot of people talking about Holdovers the last 2 weeks, and they're of the older generation, and those are the people who grew up watching a lot of the films from the 70s. The things that they always commentate on is, oh, it reminds me of a movie from the 70s, and I think that that's really what they were gearing and aiming for, really.
Well, so Holdover's budget was 13 mil. It made almost 43 and counting. I mentioned earlier, from anecdotal evidence, someone told me that a theater in Oklahoma City was sold out earlier.
That's crazy.
A screening for Holdovers.
Yeah.
They were trying to watch it the day of the Oscars. So that's and counting. And it reminds me of the point that Cord Jefferson made when he was giving his adapted screenplay speech, when he said, hey, big studios, instead of making one movie that gets 200 million, why don't you make 20 movies that get 10 million?
Right.
And I thought that was a lovely point.
Yeah.
I don't know how, if Hollywood's headed that direction. Nonetheless, this is a lovely actual success story for a film. It got one award, but that was also a nice one and a nice way to kick off the evening with Divine Joy Randolph.
Yeah, great emotional moment. Yeah, very emotional moment. I loved seeing her get up there and give her speech and just be very emotional. And it kind of helps set the tone too, especially with the acting categories. Now we knew kind of what to expect. Again, I think we said it before. We liked it. We liked that approach. Kind of made it more personal, more about the performer than it is about whatever the thing is. But
the host was inoffensive, successful. There's a couple jokes that hit because you got to do that with comedy. You got to push the lines. But I don't think that there were moments that are so horrible and offensive and cringy. That won't be the headline, at least. And also the speeches. There wasn't. Usually there's ones where someone's getting very political. Maybe people are booing.
Right.
And there's other times where there's multiple awkward speeches or bad. The worst of it that you could say is someone had a moment on stage and was, nervous, excited, overwhelmed. But those are usually some of the best speeches too.
Yeah.
But there wasn't something like the Joaquin for Best Actor that people, hasn't aged very well, has been mocked since then, or things there's not a lot of headlines from tonight that are that exciting in that kind of way. Nobody got slapped. Nobody got booed off stage. Only a couple of people got played off, and it hummed pretty well. Yeah. They did need that extra half hour though, because go figure, they ran a bit long. But it didn't feel that bad, and the fact that people actually saw these movies helps. This isn't, sorry to say it, but like a Nomadland year, right, where which was a tough year for film in general. So many of the movies that would have been successful the next Oscars got pulled. Mm-hmm. So there weren't a lot of popular picks that year in general. But this was one where there's movies that are in a bunch of awards, and the two original songs for Barbie, Oppenheimer winning the most awards, on and on. Where I imagine that this may have had an uptick, where if someone's watching, they may have continued to watch throughout the evening. Especially since they put I'm Just Ken at the end of the night, which might be my highlight for the evening, just being honest.
The highlight of the evening. That performance was fantastic. Yeah, hands down for me, highlight of the evening was that. Number two, I will say, was John Cena walking naked on stage. That was pretty Hilarious. Damn funny. Pretty well damn done. Funny. Yeah. And then I think let's just get this out of the way. Surprise for me. I wasn't expecting Emma Stone's name to be announced there. But going into this, we knew that there was a very strong possibility that could happen because we saw the momentum shift towards Emma Stone as the award season was really heating up and all. Lily Gladstone was earlier in the race. And then we kept hearing Emma. And I think, again, more and more people really started watching the movie and realizing how strong of a performance she had in it. As you and I, who love Poor Things, and that was our favorite film of last year, I'm so happy for her, and I'm really, really happy. But at the same time, I do kind of feel like a little missed opportunity for Lily Gladstone in this one. Definitely. Yes, optic-wise, it doesn't look good. And I do feel bad for Lily, but at the same time, she's had a wonderful award season. So she has been recognized time and time again. It's just this close. It's unfortunate, but we said it too, because you felt that even though she was a good portion of that movie, there was a good portion of it where she wasn't even on screen. And I feel like that may have hurt her chances, like in the long run, with a lot of the voters there.
That's the least cynical version of it, is that it was actually a bit of category fraud. Even though she is the most leading female performance in it, her screen time was much less. And we have seen that with Cillian Murphy is a good example, but we've seen it a lot of years. If one actor is carrying a movie, that goes a long way. And that's definitely not Gladstone's performance, even though DiCaprio tried to kind of bow out during award season and put the shine the light toward Lily Gladstone. His character that was more his movie, and he's in so much of it. And Lily Gladstone's isn't. And her character, even a lot of her best moments, is when she's bedridden and half asleep / drugged. It's a really fucked up thing that happens. That might be another part of it too, is that movie is very long and it's a tough watch. So it might be hard for folks to enjoy that performance. Not that you have to necessarily, we've seen miserable performances before but it's a lot. That movie's a lot to swallow and stomach. And that's part of why it fell flat for a lot of people too. It's taking a very fucked up and serious subject matter, and in some ways turning into like a Western, an action movie, a whodunit. And I at the same time, let's go ahead and acknowledge it's not the most shocking thing in the world that the Oscars did not give it to Lily Gladstone for reasons of inclusion, diversity, representation, and they don't have the best track record for that. So that's my tiebreaker, was those two things of screen time and cynicism towards the categories, but also just it's rare that someone in Lily Gladstone's position would win. There's a reason why she would have been the first winner, because it just hasn't happened before, and it didn't happen tonight either. Yeah,
but also I will say this to counter that too. Poor Things and the movie in general, I feel like a lot of people didn't understand that movie also. I saw a lot of discourse online about Poor Things being too weird, too out there, too...
Oh, it had walkouts.
Yeah.
And the fact that it won costume, right? It's been a long night, I'm sorry, but it beat Barbie for costume. On one of the sample ballots, it was a costume designer in that guild, that branch, and they were one of the walkouts of Poor Things.
Yeah.
So there was one expert who read that and goes, well, this is definitely not going to win many of these awards. It's the thing that it's best at. If you look at it that way, there's walkouts for it, but it was definitely a walkout type of movie for sure.
Yeah. And with the type of performance Emma Stone gave, even though I thought it was her riskiest and best performance I've ever seen from her, the fact that it is so sexualized, I also thought would kind of throw the voting members a little off with that. Because, even though they are slowly transitioning to a more inclusive, more younger voting body, you still have a lot of the old guard still there. And I know those are the ones that will probably be a little bit against all of that as it goes on. Before we continue here, just a couple of other comments here. Star-Lord again with the lines of the evening. For the ones who didn't win, I feel bad. Poor Things. There you go. Jimmy Kimmel, he was no Great Ricky Gervais. He wasn't, but I don't think Ricky would have survived an evening like tonight if that was the case. Nat Murphy's Cena moment was pretty good. I agree. So I don't get why people say Hollywood elite at the end of the day. They are just people. I think it's also because of how they carry themselves. I think that's one of the reasons why they're referred to as that. Have a great Oscar evening, guys. Had fun. Nat, thank you so much. Have a good evening. Thank you for tuning in. Star-Lord, again, as crazy and goofy as it gets sometimes. Yeah. I mean, what would you say about why they refer to themselves as a Hollywood elite?
I'm not touching that one. Thank you very much for offering. I mean, it's difficult to put them, just like any group of people, it's difficult to put them into a monolith and say, oh, here's how they vote. And it's really difficult why it's so interesting to do brackets, and especially some of the categories there was a lot of neck and neck categories this year. And yet a lot of them that it was only one or two favorites. And every single time those won. There were no upsets this year, proper upsets where someone that you weren't expecting, broke through and won the award. That happens almost every year. And in fact, when people fill out their ballots, they very often choose a random upset just because they know there will be one. And if they're right, that might help them win the pool. But I would say overall, like there are reasons why people feel that way towards Hollywood. But in general, it's very difficult to say, oh, they think this way and here's how they'll vote and here's who will win for X, Y, and Z reason. Right. I think one of the story, go ahead. But I have one more little thing I want to touch on before we call it a night that I think is interesting looking over these, but please.
Yeah, sure. No, just want to start following up. The only elites are the ones who call it out. It's misconstrued. I think that kind of goes along the same lines like I was saying. It's like the ones who kind of refer to themselves as that. And maybe you have a small pocket of people who look to them and put these people on pedestals and, and all that stuff. But again, it's one person's opinion over the other. And, they are just people at the end of the day. What did you want to say there, Blake?
I mean, there's the fact that the highest grossing box office movies never win Best Picture. Yeah. I wanted someone to look back and find when that wasn't the case or the last time that happened, but I can't think of it. During my lifetime, it's almost the stereotype is that they're out of touch with what the average person wants to see. Yeah. But that's also critics in general. That's common, or people who are really obsessed with an art form, like Renee and I. Our favorite movies of the year were included Beau is Afraid, Saltburn, one other, Poor Things was our number one, and none of those were going to win Best Picture or box office hits. No. So the one of the big narratives going into it when people were talking about predictions for their brackets, and I've listened to a horrible amount of podcast episodes.
I could imagine
things about it, conversations with friends, and basically one of the big stories is there won't be upsets in most of the major categories. And then the question was, okay, which categories will there be? And folks really focused on those and thought through them. Also, just real quick, every single upset was not much of an upset. So these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, where the favorite, according to Vegas predictions, did not win. Yeah. All the other ones, the favorite won. In these, the second most likely outcome did happen. And it was such close. I kept saying this throughout the night, but I'll just read off these numbers, these 6 numbers. But you do in Vegas, if you want to bet $100, if a movie is plus 125, you bet $100, you get 125. So in this case, Lily Gladstone was the favorite. Emma Stone was plus 125. That is minimal. Yeah. That is basically a tie. Spider-Man was the favorite. Boy and the Heron was a plus 162. Very close. Oppenheimer was the favorite. Zone of Interest won in sound, plus 163. Barbie was the favorite in, I just pasted these without the categories, but that's going to be production design, I think. I can pull it back up, but either way, Poor Things plus 100. It's as close as it gets. In makeup, Poor Things plus 138. And for the short documentary, Last Repair Shop was a plus 225, which was the most unlikely upset. And that is unbelievably close that all of those were the second place most likely one, considering, okay, so let's just focus on just one of those. Last Repair Shop was plus 225. Island in Between was the least likely, was plus 2,500. So more than 10 times less likely, according to Vegas. That's unreal. This is, and I've heard folks talk about this, but we have so many precursors, so much data, so many people weighing in on this. There's a whole industry of people in the campaigns and publicists and media coaches, and the narratives are pre-written, and it's been happening more in recent years where we don't know what'll happen. But nowadays, this bracket game isn't nearly as much fun, and it's not as wild as it used to be. And tonight there were 0 upsets where, and I'm trying to remember what it was, but last year there was one where you and I were both shocked, like couldn't freaking believe it, shocked. But this year there were absolutely nothing weird happened, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing unexpected. And all of the things where you could even almost say that were neck and neck.
For those who are in the know, And by the way, I love that breakdown. Also, check out our sponsor, DraftKings. DraftKings, if you want to place your bet in. No, I'm just kidding. DraftKings is not a sponsor, but just a lot of Vegas talk. So, but for those of us who follow this stuff religiously, you're right. There isn't anything that's like too shocking, but I guarantee you the headlines tonight and tomorrow morning are big upset. Emma Stone beats out Lily Gladstone. And for those who are
Barbie
animation
snubbed.
fans, Barbie snubbed, 0 wins except for
Spider-Verse
whatever. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse loses out to Boy and the Heron. Those are the headlines I think you're going to be seeing a lot of there. And again, like I brought and I mentioned up before, in the animated feature film category, I am very happy Miyazaki won. Would have loved to see Spider-Verse win because it was probably the better
Studio
movie.
Ghibli, dude. Shut the fuck up. You hate Miyazaki.
Yeah,
you hate
okay.
Studio Ghibli.
But I think for me, the biggest surprise was really the Emma Stone win. Like that was the one that kind of shocked me, especially again with how everything was kind of formulating, and Lily Gladstone was kind of like the one everyone was like really rooting for and all that. Even you could tell even by Emma's reaction, I don't think she was expecting to, or like you said, I don't think she wanted to be put in that position, a position she's very familiar with that she was in before again. But she handled it very gracefully. But at the end of the day, too, it is a brilliant performance, so I can't be mad at that at all. But yeah, you're right. Like with this year, bracketing and balloting, it's very different. I feel like a lot of things were kind of set in stone, no pun intended. For a lot of this stuff here. But also, last year wasn't, again, not a real full movie year. There was a lot of disruptions also because of the writer's strike and the actor strike and everything. Things were pushed back. One of the things you and I talked about is if Dune 2 came out last year, could we be having a similar conversation about everything? I think things could have been shifted and changed quite a bit. So what's going to...
Especially those below the line ones.
Yeah.
I think Oppenheimer probably beats Dune 2 for picture, but like all the sound, editing, cinematography, those would be even tougher.
Absolutely. But at the end of the day, it's like, all right, let's see what happens in a year where there's no disruptions. No. I feel like this year we have so many like interesting little movies coming out, but still were pushed back a year further out because of everything that's been happening. I feel like 2025 might be that year where we might have several movies that we're like, I don't understand where this is going to go, like how it's going to end up in the ballots and the races and everything like that. But
unless Oppenheimer has the ultimate victory, which would mean there is no more Oscars, 2025 never occurs because finally he wins and we're just nuked off the planet. So maybe this was the last Oscars and Oppenheimer really had the last word.
That's it. He has the last laugh after it's all said and done.
He was just waiting until the movie won awards. Is like, all right, now you guys can detonate the plan. Okay, yeah, here we go.
This was the final look that he and Einstein shared at the end of that movie. You saw Einstein walk away all disheveled because he knew come 2024, when this moment came around, all downhill.
The actor's name was
Cillian Murphy.
Just being Emily Blunt here. Sorry. It's Christopher Nolan, not Christopher Yeslin.
Nah, there you go. Anything else? Let's get it all out now. Pun Central. All right. Well, that's it. That's our
gore and sin. Think about it, people. No, okay. You're about to leave before we tally our brackets. Are you sure? You don't want to do that math real quick?
I mean, do you want to? We could.
Feeling?
I mean,
Well,
I know you won.
Before we. No, we don't know. Maybe not. Let's decide a punishment.
Here's the thing.
Right.
I'm gonna mute Blake real quick. This is how it works out. See, when Blake knows he's winning, he wants to gloat, and he is gonna gloat like crazy. Why? Because he has this competitive problem where he has to always be the number one winner. And you see he's dancing and he's juking and jiving and all that. Mind you, before we started doing this podcast, I used to beat him all the time. All right. So I love how now that we're doing this, he's so uber focused on everything. He's looking at Vegas odds and he's like looking at all the numbers. He's listening to tons and tons of podcasts and everything. Well, I just go with what I see and I read the tea leaves and I try my best to decipher everything. All right, I'm going to unmute him now. All right, so what's the final numbers?
Ooh, all night, you're mine. Sometimes.
Let's not get copyrighted.
Ooh. Sorry, Dua Lipa. You should have been nominated. Final numbers, I won. Fuck you.
Yeah, no shit.
I did. It was me going with my gut and being correct with Emma Stone and The Poor Things Upsets. Fuck you. You're the one who went with Chalk, Mr. ABC's of book banning. Fuck you. Mr. 20 Days in Mariupol. Fuck you. You just blamed me, and I went with my gut, and I said I have superior taste.
Superior taste.
And my taste matches, so I'm going to trust myself, and I did that. And I did the research. Yeah, and then I said, you know what? I did the research. I did the work. I care.
Yeah. Okay.
And also, I have really good taste. I have a feeling some of these are off. I was wrong about 99 and WIPO.
This is his acceptance speech. This is the moment where we start playing him off the stage right now.
But the reason I'm dancing is because I deserve it. Because that was me, baby. So what's the punishment? We don't know who won because we haven't tallied it up yet. I think. What do you think it should be? I become the host, and you still do all the editing and everything. Does that sound good?
What do you mean?
Blake and the MovieTime guy, something like that. We could rename the show, the Blake Show plus Renee. Sometimes featuring Renee. You have to streak at the next Oscars. That's an option.
Oh, that's a good option. I might consider that.
Okay.
Go rub up on Guillermo there in the audience. I would do that.
You have to wear a Flamin' Hot Cheetos costume to a movie that has nothing to do with Flamin' Hot.
I just show up in a giant Cheeto. Yeah.
Yeah. Or Chester. Yeah.
Or Chester. Okay. Well, we have options, so we'll see. We'll see what happens at the end of the day. But congratulations to you for winning our 2024 Oscar ballot.
I humbly accept.
No, you don't. There's nothing humble about it. There's nothing humble about it. But again, this is the official closeout of the 2023 movie season. It's officially come to an end. We can now finally relax a little bit and now focus on the year in movies of 2024. So
no. Wait, there's more?
Oh,
We're
yeah.
not done? No. They're making more movies?
It's all going to reset now, and now we're all going to focus until for next year. So that's how it goes.
Oh my God.
We have a week reprieve, and then we all get back into the thick of things.
Oh God, what have we done?
Yes.
We've been doing this for 2+ years now. Our anniversary is coming up in 5 days. I just checked.
Is true.
So
that is true.
I love doing this with you, man. Thank you for another awesome night of movie loving.
No, it's again one of the best moments of the year, one of our favorite moments of the year, a moment we love to share with all of you out there watching. Right now, we currently have 12 people now out there. Thank you so much for tuning in. Star-Lord.
That many people just watching me dance?
Oh,
awesome.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's why I was trying to stretch it as much as possible as I muted you, and you're doing your little juking and jiving over there.
Do you have a concession speech you'd like to give? Because I beat you in the bracket, or... What are you thinking?
Did Lily Gladstone give us a concession speech? She did not. She just clapped and, congratulated things in her way, in a very civil, graceful way.
Bradley Cooper has been found in a bathtub.
Oh, no. We were afraid of this.
Sorry, that's fucked up.
Oh,
yeah.
Bent over a toilet. His mom is trying to get him out. Oh, poor lady. Real quick, Star-Lord, question of the night. If Swamp Thing was homeless, what would he be? What? Until they make Oppenheimer 2 and Barbie 2, we will have new movies to talk about. That is correct.
Yeah, I can't
That is
wait.
actually
Barbenheimer
extremely
2, of
correct. But
Brilliant.
yeah, so, we've already had some interesting films come out earlier this year, but I think the meat of it will be coming in later on this year. Kevin Davis' next big hit film this year will be Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. If we're talking blockbusters, that has a good shot for sure. That'll
get a sound, some visual effects, kind of something for sure. Show me some apes shooting guns on horseback. Fuck yeah.
Every single time.
So far, Dune 2, I mean, I'm sure there's stuff that'll come out, maybe stuff that'll surprise us that's not on our radar, but Dune 2 might be the most populist pick, the way that Oppenheimer and Barbie were, that gets the most nominations. I'm excited to see what else there is. And if you recall, like a year ago, we weren't taking Barbie seriously as an Oscar-type movie. We knew that it had that possibility, but we didn't necessarily know that it would be what it was, which was a defining film of this tonight, even though it only took one award home.
I actually said Barbie was going to be the major hit of last year, but I wasn't expecting there to be a backlash of it come award season. I wasn't expecting it to get a lot of the prestige awards, but at the same time, I didn't think it was going to get shut out like it did, and I think
because hold on, maybe I'm doing my math wrong, but second most nominations, right?
Yeah.
Am I missing something?
No, you're correct.
So it goes Oppenheimer, then Barbie on nominations, and then box office flip it. That was another highlight. I know that we're starting to wrap up, but that was another highlight of the night for me was Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt recreating the Oppenheimer Barbenheimer beef.
Yeah,
that was cute. There were some good barbs.
Yeah.
Sorry, that wasn't even a pun. Damn it. There were some good lines back and forth of them insulting each other's films, but pretending like it wasn't good fun, of course. But that was one of the highlights of the night.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't going to be the fall guy to that combo duo over there until their movie comes out later on. So, let's see here. Kevin Davis, family films, hit films of the year will be Moana 2, Mufasa the King 2, Despicable Me 4. Also, Joker Folly Deluxe will get Oscar nominations for Lady Gaga in Best Original Song. I think Joker has
an episode dedicated. Oh wait, sorry, were you reading that or were you replying?
No, that's a comment in Kevin Davis. Yeah. I think Joker 2 with Lady Gaga, I think might surprise a lot of people there. That has a potential to be kind of like a under the radar potential hit, maybe. But yeah.
Yeah, that could be that. I'm curious. There's the potential that it goes from the last one, which was so acclaimed and popular but controversial. It could be closer to flop, but that could be a big one for sure. You and I did a whole episode on the movies for this next year that we're most excited about. It was more about what movies you and I are looking forward to, but our tastes are I feel pretty good about it. They're often aligned with what those successful movies are and trying to look ahead at those. We haven't necessarily done a 2025 Oscar predictions, but it comes up as we talk about movies. Furiosa will be a huge one.
Yeah.
Especially after Fury Road did so well at those Oscars a few years ago. Yeah. That's definitely going to be a top contender.
Yeah, I think that Civil War, I think might move some things there, because I love me some Alex Garland, and this one just looks like freaking horrific in my opinion. Nosferatu is another one that's coming out later this year. That was on my most anticipated. You have Challengers, which you've mentioned before, Bike Riders.
That could be a Best Picture nominee for sure. Bike Riders could be a Best Picture nominee for sure. Tell me Back to Black gets nominated for Best Actress, or tell me it flops for the Amy Winehouse. I wouldn't be shocked, but if it's a successful movie, that's definitely begging for a Best Actress nomination.
Yeah. So come around this time next year, these are some of the movies that I think we might possibly be talking about. So I won't be surprised if that's the case.
Hitman by Richard Linklater.
Right.
Did you see that one, or
no? I missed that one.
New Film Festival.
It was, but last minute, no, I didn't get to see it. So yeah.
We have a new Quiet Place, which was nominated, even though it's not necessarily what you think of as an Oscars type of movie. It's more of a genre flick, but those have really good writing. I think it's the first one Krasinski isn't directing. If my memory
He's not
serves.
directing, yeah, but he did. I think he did write it, or he helped co-write it. Maybe.
Issue.
Yeah.
Take over.
Yeah. So, but yeah, there's a lot of good possibilities of movies coming out this year that we could be talking about sometime next year. So we're excited. We're happy that this season is officially over. And I'm glad that we were able to experience the Oscars with all of you watching right now, and those of you who may be watching in the replay, in the video on demand. Oh, as I hear my sweet voice speaking out there. But with all that, no, it's okay. With all that said, any last words, comments of the evening? Like, can you hear me? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to. How long do I have to dance? Just about how successful of an award season this was, how good I feel. I just want to sing. I want to dance. I love celebrating movies with you, and I love winning brackets. That's my favorite part of award season.
There you go. Yes, humble till the very end. So, as we close out, as always, thank you all again for watching. Blake is going to dance his way on out of the stream as we close things out here. But as always, if you haven't done so yet, don't forget, hit that like button and stay tuned for more coverage of movies, pop culture news, and the like. Tune into the MovieTime Podcast that releases every week on your podcast platform of choice. And hopefully we'll be getting feeds onto the YouTube channel for those of you who are on YouTube and get more videos out there too. Also stay tuned as we try to introduce more segments and more ways of all of you to participate with us. As far as movie watch-alongs are concerned, we're thinking of starting a movie club where you can watch movies, curated movies of our choice every month. So stay tuned for those kinds of announcements as they come out. With all that being said, that's been the Dancing Fool there, Blake. Congratulations on winning the MovieTime Bracket Oscar Ballot of the Year. I've been Renee. Stay cool, stay classy, stay safe. I will catch you all again live tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Goodbye, everybody. Bye. Big shout out again to Star-Lord, Kevin Davis, Nat, who already left earlier, AKB, everyone else watching. Thank you. Bye-bye.